It's probably going to be this Thunderhammer Forge one because I want to start with the Blacksmiths area. We know that in Exeter there is a street called Smythen Street, which is where a lot of the blacksmiths and smithy type places were. So it makes sense to sort of start there. And you can see that there's some quite a sort of open-ended sort of fencing and some sort of stable area as well. So I'm going to start using some of these assets into the scene. There's an indoor scene and an outdoor scene. So this is the indoor part that you can put inside the model, and you can also have one that's literally just for looking at on the outside. And obviously you can't get inside. So it depends how you configure these buildings as to whether or not the player can get inside or not. So that's that's actually a free asset. The 3D Forge stuff, I really like the look of it. There's quite a few packs in here. So Pbr City Walls, I will be using this in one of my other locations, one of the hill forts, which it will suit very nicely for a sort of a smaller place than Exeter, being a whole city. But this one will work quite nicely for a smaller location out in the middle of nowhere. I think the reason I didn't want to use it on the city walls is because there's so much wall in Exeter. It goes on for nearly a kilometre on one side. That if you've got the same texture, it's going to look a little bit like a repeated texture. So I think it'll work on a smaller area, but I don't want to use it on a very large area, which is why I'm using the detailed medieval set. But I will be using this set at some point for one of the locations, one or two of the locations even. There is a fishing the village exteriors kit here. This is quite good. So this is the sort of farm buildings, a lot of the sort of Tudor style. Obviously, this is not necessarily the right period in time for Zarktor's realm being about 500 AD. But this sort of plaster wall with the blackened posts, I think is pretty generic. These buildings look good in lots of different configurations, so I'm going to be using these for most of the sort of lower end homes of the people in Exeter. And there's quite a few different configurations, and you can put them on bases with steps and things so that it handles different levels of terrain. Of course, we've got some hills, so these are not going to be plonked onto a completely flat surface. They're going to be slightly elevated on one side. And the way these bases are done enables you to sort of set them down into the scene and not have stuff clipping and doing all sorts of awful, visual graphics. So I think this set will be quite good. I won't be using all of it, but I'll certainly be using elements of this one. The other one that medieval markets, there it is. So medieval markets, there's a market area around the southwest corner of the city of Exeter. So there's a market street, in fact. So once I'm sort of done with the blacksmithing area, I'm going to be sort of moving into the market area and get these assets sort of positioned where I want them. And this has obviously got a lot of sort of medieval tents and fruit markets and those sort of things. So I think that could work quite well to sort of set the scene. And let's have a quick look here. Graveyards and cemeteries, I'll definitely be using them. There's something like 9 or 10 churches and the cathedral there. So there's quite a few churches. I don't know about early medieval times, however many churches there would be, but I'm certainly putting a few in. And there will be graveyards around those churches, and they do play a part in the game as well. So yeah, I've got quite a few graveyard scenes to build up. Obviously, lots and lots of different assets are required, lots and lots of different gravestones and things, because you don't want them all looking the same. So you need a bit of variety in there, and the sort of mausoleum type arrangements. So that one. Where's the other one? There is an inside. There's a farmland one. So yeah, the farming, which I will be using. There is some farmland inside the city walls, and fishing villages. This is the one that I want to use for the round by the quay, where the dock is. And the reason for that is you've got all these sort of elevated wooden platforms that I think will work quite well And there are some assets in here. I don't know if you can see them, but there are some assets in here like fish hanging on a rack. And the name Exeter, in fact, the original name Isca, effectively means river full of fish. So it was known by the Romans for being, an excellent sort of location for fishing, and the water is essentially what Exeter's been named after. So, that's going to play a big part in the dock area. That's slightly outside the city wall. And then there is another one, which is the village interiors kit. Now, not every building I put in the scene is going to be you're able to go into. Some of them are going to be you're able to walk into, like the inns. Obviously, if you've got a non-player character that you're going to interact with, quite a lot of the time they're going to be indoors, and so you will need to sort of get inside some of the locations. So this pack enables you to sort of build up the insides of those locations. What I need to ensure is that putting this into the same scene is going to make the scene pretty heavy. So what I may end up doing for these bigger locations like the inns is actually having the level unload and load. You obviously, a bit like Skyrim, I guess. You click on a door, it loads the scene that you're then inside the building, and you can't just walk in and out. You've got to go through some sort of scene loading process to do that. I just think some of these are going to be pretty heavy with the number of assets that are in there to put them in the city scene themselves. So anyway, that pack is there. I think I've also got the Outpost and trade stations, the medieval adventure pack I think I've got as well. So literally quite a lot of assets to choose from, sort of cherry pick what looks like it might fit in the game. And a lot of it's just going to be about placement and the auction house, blacksmiths, chapels, hunting lodge, markets. Probably most of these things, taverns, they will all, I think, fit nicely into the game. So, so that's my plan. I do believe that the pack has actually been loaded. That looks like it has got in there. So 3D Forge I've dropped in, and that's actually a folder with all of the 3D Forge assets that I've purchased. So there's fantasy exteriors, interiors, cave adventure kit, and all the blueprints and the dungeon one as well. So there's quite a lot of stuff in there. Now, I'm in play mode still. All right, so let me show you where I got up to. On the last stream, I had sort of just finished off with the Exeter scene and getting the castle walls finished. And what I've done earlier in the week was to add a product called Enviro to the scene. So if I bring up Enviro, I think it's worth just understanding which assets I'm using for what purposes here. So Enviro has two modes. There's two options, I guess. There's a light version and a full version, which is a little bit more expensive, but not very much. So I'm using the full version here, the standard. I think they call it standard version. It works in the universal render pipeline, which is the pipeline that I'm using. And this has the ability to control the weather. So you've got day-night cycles. You've got so the sky will actually rotate. Eventually, you'll get a nighttime cycle. You can see the clouds are actually coming in and out there. It's got a sun with sun shafts, which just looks awesome. The weather is actually, with URP here, it's actually rendering those clouds dynamically. And that will then change on its cycle, so that it will, every period or so, it will change the weather setting, and then it will gradually animate into the new setting. So it might get foggy, or it might get even more cloudy. It might start raining, it might start snowing. So depending on what the profile is for this location, I've set it as a fairly generic one, just to sort of demonstrate all the different weather types. And it will eventually, depending on the clock timer for this thing, it will eventually go into a night cycle. You'll see the moon will do its rise and fall, and then there will be the Milky Way across the sky with the stars, and you get a nice clear sky. Then you can see it all. But yeah, that's Enviro. So that's a product that I'm very, very happy with, actually. It's got the modeling of seasons. It's got a Aurora Borealis type effect in the sky if you want it. It supports VR, which was important for me. Although you've got to put it in a different, you've got to render it in a different way, but it does support VR. And yeah, it's just got a really nice broad set of capabilities. I've used quite a lot of different weather systems from the Unity Asset Store, and I've found this one to be perfect for my project. Like, it's got everything I need. I don't need to add 7 different weather systems to try and integrate them. And I think you can see from the variety of these screenshots just how broad you can get the looks. And yeah, you get these brilliant sunsets and sunrises and things. And there's the sort of the night scene, and you don't have to use these skyboxes. You can actually tell it to use a completely different skybox as well. So it's quite flexible. So that's gone into that Exeter scene. I also went round during the week, and I went to sort of fix up the areas where I had terrain meeting with the prefabs from the buildings, and you try and step up through the step to get into the gate, and if you weren't spot on, you actually couldn't make it up the step. You had to jump. So what I've done is to actually bring the sand level, the terrain level there up to sort of slope it into there, so you can kind of just walk straight in. And that's going to be important if you're horse riding. You don't want the horse to suddenly stop at the gate just because it's hit some step somewhere. So basically all the way around the castle, I have now basically just tidied up the terrain a bit so that it's a little bit varied. You can see it undulating, and I've cut it out in a few places. I've raised it in a few places, and really sort of messed around with it to make it interesting. But for the most part, there shouldn't be any exposed part underneath the wall. I've gone on the inside of the city as well, just to make sure that the same sort of thing happens on the inside, that you haven't got, you can see underneath the wall or something. And I've also gone, if you've watched my previous stream, you can actually navigate through the ramparts on multiple levels. So you can go on ground level, you can go on the first level, second level, third level, and on the top of the ramparts as well. And what I've done for the ground level is, of course, as I've brought the terrain up, I've let it sort of poke through in a few places to make it interesting. But I've made sure that you can traverse all the way through here, and that the terrain doesn't sort of block you. So yeah, it's kind of makes it look quite. So I'm getting stuck on the step there. I need to jump to get over it. So there's a few little areas that I'll have to sort of fix up, but for the most part, it's working quite well. A little bit of ground poking through. I think it actually looks quite cool. Looks like moss or overgrown. Could be anything. It helps you sort of identify where you are in the city, because each of these areas is now a little bit unique. Otherwise, they'd all look very much the same as you're walking through them, so that they are a little bit different, and you kind of know where you are once you get to a gate and you look out. So yeah, that's essentially what I've been doing all week. And I've also I've brought the characters in, the 12 characters that I'd previously worked on in multiple streams. I've brought them into this scene to start to see how things sort of fit together, and I've realized that the characters are too big for these prefabs, these building prefabs. So I've actually scaled them down by 30%, so they actually fit underneath the wall, underneath the doorways here, because otherwise they're just too tall. So I think the scale on something is out, but what I don't want to do is obviously rescale the whole city. I probably should have checked that first. It's a lesson learned. But I've just made the characters 0.7 on X, Y, and Z, and they fit fine through these doorways now. Otherwise, they're just a little bit too tall, and I'd rather, it looks. The way I've set this camera up, you're basically at the height of the characters that will be playing in this area, and it's about 70% of 6 foot. So it's not. Yeah, I'm having trouble getting through that gap. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So it's a little bit fiddly in places, but I think it's looking great. With bringing those characters in, the other thing I've done is to bring in post-processing effects on the camera. So what you'll notice is the lighting is a little bit more sort of interesting maybe than, oh, there's a, just noticed that. You can see that post there disappearing and reappearing. And this is one of the things that I missed in one of my previous streams, because obviously when I'm streaming, I'm not concentrating 100% on my development. In this area here, that post is going to be one of several level of detail versions. So as you get further away, it becomes a simpler version. As you get closer to it, it will become a much more detailed version. You can see with this post here, and it would be quite expensive to render that at that level of detail all the time. So it actually switches out when it gets to a particular distance. It will switch out those level of details for a more optimized version as you move further away. If you move closer, it's going to swap in a detailed version. And what's happening with this is that the detailed version, obviously at that distance, I've probably hidden. I've probably deactivated it in terms of just hiding it. And of course, because it's in the prefab, it's probably done it everywhere. So I went through earlier in the week and I actually fixed up a lot of these, but obviously missed one. It just looks weird when it suddenly disappears there. It is still in the project. It's just deactivated in the model. And of course, I'm in play mode, so there's no point in trying to fix it here. I just need to remember where we are, and I'll come back and fix that. I think we're coming up on the castle. Or is that? So that's just past the castle. So we're on the north side of the castle wall, and that's what I need to do. So that's in there somewhere, and it's obviously being hidden. Okay, come around here. Yeah, so the camera itself has a post-processing set of settings on it, which actually makes the lighting and these sort of little fire things look really great. And this is in concert with the Enviro product as well. So when the sun goes down, it will get darker in here too. And obviously the fires will be the primary light source. Okay, you can see that same issue there with that post disappearing. So it's definitely, it's affecting multiple prefabs throughout it's affecting the same prefab in multiple places in the scene. Let's go down the staircase here and down again. I've made this quite intricate. You can see I've boarded that one off. You can't go through that way. If you go down, you can't go out that way. You have to go this way. So each of these segments is now a little bit different, a little bit unique. And we're now at the north gate. So you can see the north gate's now got a nice slope on it. That's probably a little bit too extreme to sort of get into the castle, but I wanted to make sure I had the gate at least traversable so you can get straight in there. All right, let's do a quick, I'm just holding down shift to get the speed up. Just run it through here. It's probably going to look horrible on the stream, but I just want to get to the end and just make sure. Okay, that was an area where I had to actually channel out a fair amount of ground. The terrain had popped through and you actually couldn't get through, so I had to dig all that out. And we should be coming up on the corner. Yep, so that's the northwest corner. And then if we run along here, we should come out of the west gate. There's the west gate, and over here is our characters. So, as I said, I've rescaled them to 0.7 in Unity. So in the top right corner, you can see there's a scale transform there. And I can't click these because I'm in the game view, not the scene view. But what I've done is to literally just scale those characters to 0.7, all of them, and then put them into the corridor here, and they actually fit underneath the door quite nicely. So yeah, these characters have come in quite well. They're doing their idle animation. I haven't got all 12 activated here because it does put a load on the machine to actually run all of them in the same scene. And the only place where you're going to see all 12 of them in the same scene is going to be the character selection screen. So this is unusual to have all of these ones in here. There will, of course, be lots of non-player characters on screen, but they're a lot lighter. They don't have anywhere near as much. They're not anywhere near as complex as these ones. So yeah, they look quite good. the light is working quite well, although there is a bit of, you can see sort of above her eyelids there, there's some subsurface scattering. I think it might be one of the shader things there, is it needs to have its light rebaked, I think, for the environment. But yeah, it does. The effect is quite nice. The characters look quite good. I can see that I've actually got a collider on that character that's working, so I can't walk into her. Whereas the knight, I think I can walk straight through. So yeah, there's a few differences in these characters that I need to fix up. Her idle animation isn't quite right. And you can see things like the weapon is actually, both the sword and the shield are not quite right. They're clipping through the body, and the rotation on the shield is definitely not right. So there's a few things to sort of fix up, but that's easier to work on. So anyway, that's where we're at. So what I might do while it's in play mode is bring up the Enviro effects. I think it is Sky Manager, this one here. Set up instances. Okay. All right, here we go. We'll see if we can just get some, while we're in play mode, I'll see if I can just get some different weather going here. So I'm going to change the time of day. So at the moment it's the year 501 AD. We're 100 days into the year, so I don't know what that is. What's that, about April, May or something? And I've got 360 minutes for every 24 hours. So it's an accelerated cycle, but it's probably not ridiculous. So if you were playing for a few hours, you'd certainly see day and night cycles come and go. And it's got the correct latitude, longitude for Exeter, so the sun is going to be coming up in the sky, and it's going to, it's not going to go directly overhead like it does in Australia. It'll be on an angle in the north. And yeah, so if I change the time of day here, if I can, let's go to, if I get a system time, actually, there you go. Yeah, so it's gone to a night mode now, and one of the things I want to sort of play with is the focal length of the camera. So it's actually got a fuzzy focal length at distance at the moment, which doesn't suit it when you actually want to look at the night sky. You can see all the colours gone out of most of the characters. Interestingly, the braces are actually glowing a lot, but the characters are actually not lit apart from that. The wings there obviously are a bit special, and those gauntlets obviously don't quite work, but and the fur maybe. But you can see it's actually taken a lot of the light out of the scene. The ground is still a little bit too lit for my liking, but the actual castle walls look how they should do in night time. So I'm quite sort of pleased with, without too much fiddling, it's actually done exactly what it's supposed to do. What I'm going to do here is just bring in cloudy skies. And you see nighttime, you've now got the clouds coming in. It obscures the stars as you'd expect. And yeah, it's a really good effect, very, very easy to implement. And you can do it through code. So yeah, if you want to control the environment a little bit while maybe you're doing a cut scene in the story, then you could potentially force it to be daytime. And let's see if we can bring that around to daytime. Let's do none, and we make it daytime. And so you can control that environment. I can make it a clear sky if I really want to. If I go current weather, clear sky, you can see it actually clears that, and will systematically start to get rid of the haze that's there at the moment. In addition, it's got an update weather cycle, so it will actually randomize the weather based on a profile here, and that profile has got all these different weather presets. So if I really wanted to control it, I could remove all these and just have clear sky, and it won't randomize at all. It will just be one weather system for the whole thing. So it's got a lot of really great features for a weather system. So the other thing that I've done is just to sort of tidy up the terrain a little bit. around the. So there's a little bit of a haze on there. I've actually taken the water out at the moment, but if I put it back in, there's the River Exe. And so that's looking okay. That's actually not river auto material yet. It's just a flat plane that I've put a material onto to make it look like water. But you can sort of walk underneath it. You kind of get a sense that it's maybe water. You can kind of jump on it, but there's no splash. There's no special caustics or anything happening here. It's just a placeholder really for the river. We know roughly where it's going to go. I've moved the bridge. I had it a little bit close to the city. I've actually moved it further out to put it really just over where I've got the deepest part of the river and joined it up to the other side, so that now you can traverse quite nicely off into the distance. And by the time you're getting to about here, you're probably unloading the Exeter scene and loading, a world navigation or, some sort of world scene. If I keep going, I've added a few more terrain areas on the grid as well. I think we're at the edge of it here, but yeah, there's about 6 terrain grids now. So yeah, it's kind of the scene's coming together. What I wanted to work on tonight was to start to bring in some of those buildings and put them into the city, because it is just an empty city wall at the moment. So I'm going to hide the characters because they're just there for, I guess, as much as anything for the scale, and really just to see what they look like with the lighting in this scene, what they look like under the different, the weather conditions and things. I think that kind of works quite well. Obviously, I've managed to highlight an issue with those gauntlets. There's something going on with the material on them that is not the same as all the others, so I will need to fix that. And I think the wings have got some sort of emission shader, so it's actually glowing. Even if it was pitch black, they'd still be lit. There's something going on with her hair as well, so definitely got to sort of test this under different lighting conditions. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think I don't really want to do too much more on the city walls. I think the ramparts are fine. Obviously, the castle has got to be built, and the level of detail is getting hidden. It's actually removing the city walls at a great distance. You can see it kind of popping back into view there in the distance. But I haven't found out how to adjust that clipping distance on those parts of the prefab, so that's another thing to be fixed. All right, so I'm going to take it out of play mode now, and I'm just going to hide the characters because they're not they're not needed for what I'm about to do anyway. And I'm going to bring up. All right, let's take those characters. I'm just going to hide them. We don't need them. We actually don't need the River Exe at all. I'd only turned it on in play mode anyway, so that's fine. So obviously we can move around a lot quicker because we're not in play mode. So that's basically what it all looks like now. I've actually dug out this part to allow the water into this, because I actually wanted this to sort of be boggy and marshy on this side. It is a fairly low-lying area, but I actually wanted to bring part of the river in there. And I've got a channel cut out through here, which according to this drawing or painting from 1563, you've got this channel going through here, and then you've got these water wheels and things going on here. So here's where the fishing village stuff will go, and this is the blacksmithing area. This is the market area over here, and you can see there's churches peppered everywhere through here. And I've actually got grey boxes for the rough locations where these are. There are fields, and I will be marking out some fields near the city walls as well, because obviously there's areas that would have been used for farmland for the troops. Originally, the Second Augustan Legion from the Roman army was here originally, and their fortress was inside the city walls, and they would have obviously wanted to protect their food supplies as well. So that's why I guess they were put inside the city walls. But so that's essentially what I want to be doing right now, is to start to drop in a load of prefabs, see what fits where. And what I'm going to do, because I've all these are actually the original grey boxes. I've actually got, I'll look at my Exeter scene here, grey boxes. I have the church is already marked up with grey boxes, transparent grey boxes. That's the current location of current churches, which is probably where originally, maybe where churches were. They've probably, I wouldn't have thought it would have changed dramatically. And certainly in 1563, those locations of those churches is pretty much where they are today. I've got a big area here that's likely to be a farmland with a graveyard up here that's probably associated with one of these churches. And the other thing I've got in this location is these streets and roads, and that these are actually named, which gives a little bit of a clue as to what some of them are. So this one here, for example, is Smythen Street, and this bit is Smythen Street. So that's where I really want to start. And I think Market Street, yeah, there's Market Street there. So that's, you know, the markets in this area, you can imagine stuff coming in off the dock through here, and fish being sold at the markets around here. So this zone, I'm going to call it this quadrant of the city, pretty much. A little bit like World of Warcraft, they've all got sort of quadrants. This area here is going to be services and, you know, shopping and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be the leathersmith, the metalsmiths, the armor smiths, all those sorts of things. And there'll be market stalls and those sorts of things, a few shops along here. And this area's obviously got 3 churches in it, and probably have some graveyards. There's a couple of churches down here actually, and there'll be a few things to sort of fill out. But what I wanted to really do was get the zones marked up with some meaningful prefabs in them, so that you can actually start to see what they start to look like, and then I can move up to some of these other areas that have a known purpose for the city. And there were Roman public baths as well somewhere. I need to find out where they were, or where they are, because I think they're still somewhat in existence. I know they've excavated some of this in Exeter. I know there's an aqueduct coming in here somewhere, because that's on one of the plans. This is the original location of the barracks around here somewhere. And yeah, so lots of investigation. I will get to the city walls and start doing those. I do actually have a mage tower that's turned off at the moment, so I can put that one back on. Where are you? You are in Wizard Tower. There you go. So the Wizard's Tower is in there. I don't know that it had a Wizard's Tower back in medieval times, but it does now. And so, yeah, these streets are all named based on what they are today. Obviously, now that I've painted them on the terrain, I can't really use these blocks, but it does help me locate which is which, you know, tells me what their purpose was back then. So, some of these are a little bit too high. Just drop them down. All right, so I'm going to start with the Smythen Street, I think. And I'm going to sort of hide everything else. And that's the one I want. I just want Smythen Street and Market Street for the moment, just so I can see where I'm at. So in this area here, I want, you know, I think I'd worked out about 3 or 4 blacksmiths or smiths doing various things. So, all right, let's save that scene. And I'll go grab, because I know which pack I want. I just need to find it in the folder now. So this one here is quite interesting find, because I've kept looking for reference materials for Exeter. I don't know if we can see that one. So that's this diagram. It actually is different to this one, I believe. Yeah, it is. It looks like they're based on the same. They're certainly based on the same drawing of some sort because they've got the same angle. And the level of detail on this one is different. So things have been drawn in that are not on this one. This is 1597. This is 1563. So yeah, this is earlier than this one, but this one's not got some detail. But it does have more detail down the bottom here in terms of what's on the other side of the hill, or what's on the other side of the river, rather. And it does kind of highlight some things. So I've found this week, which is quite interesting. I'm going to keep that one because the more reference photos I've got, the more likely I am to sort of model this, reasonably realistically. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I certainly want to do a good job of it. All right, so let's grab and just stretch that out. 3D Forge. Now I think Thunderhammer Forge is the one I want, and I'm looking for that one, I think. I don't know what this is going to look like when it comes in. It may have lost its material. Oh no, it looks reasonably okay. Let's put that in and just start to see. Actually, don't need that. Yeah, no, I know where I am now. All right, so let's put this in, and this is what I was talking about, where you've got the base underneath it, and you can set these into the ground. Obviously, you don't want to set them too far in, but these are actually separate prefabs, so they can be manipulated. I'm just manipulating them as a group at the moment, and just trying to sort of figure what might look good. I think this little area here makes sense, that it's where you'd have a number of smiths facing each other in this little area. So I'm going to sort of work on that basis, I think. Let's take this one. And what I'm going to do is I don't want to mess too much with the prefab at this point. It's really just placement. Props exterior. Okay, so those are the exterior pieces. There's the horse stables. It doesn't include the troughs, obviously. So what I may do is actually convert this whole prefab into an object in the scene and then regroup it into a new prefab if need be. We've got these fence sections here that I quite like. And this is what I was saying about it being a blueprint. It's obviously a blueprint of a number of assets that can be sort of implemented separately. So I do want to sort of look at this objectively and see, does it make sense to do it as a blueprint, or does it make sense to actually go and find the individual assets and drop them in? But for the moment, let me work with this. Let's just take the stable. Again, if you place something that's supposed to be flat onto a sloped hill, you've got to take that into account. What would people do? Would they dig it into the ground, or would they, would it sit slightly on an angle? And so you've got to kind of at least sort of consider the most likely situation. So I'm just going to sort of fiddle with this stuff and see if I can get it looking half reasonable. So I've only got it partially submerged. You've got these water trough things. I'm just going to move these individually, I think. Actually, before I do any of this, before I do anything, I'm going to convert this to a scene object. Unpack completely. Okay. Now I've organised the scene during the week to actually have this hierarchy here, which is a lot easier to work with. So move my characters up, and then I've basically got my stuff that I've just added at the bottom here, which makes it a bit easier to work with. All right, so let's take the stable horses thing, put that back down. So I'm not breaking the prefab now. I'm working in the scene. because if I put this in a different scene, I may want to organise it differently anyway. And these hopefully will not go into the ground, so they've got they're not got grass poking through them. You see, if you put them too low, it looks a bit odd. Looks all right. Okay. And then we've got these two. So pressing F actually jumps you to the object, which is a very nice way of getting around the scene. All right, that's not too bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab. Let me grab the stables, and then these parts. And I'm going to think what I'm going to do is take those troughs and move them out into the stables. I'm actually going to go up to buildings and just put that as a prefab now. Okay, so now I've got that. I can drop that in again on the other side, and it will maintain the structure without messing, with the other prefabs that are there. So again, I'm going to rotate it to try not to have too much artificial slope on it. Pretty good. So definitely coming in the city gates. Stable the horses. I'll probably even have another one, I think. All right, I might mix it up a little bit with some of these, just to make it interesting. Looks good. Hovering stuff, no good. Drop it down. In fact, let's put a couple of these out here. All right. So I think that'll do for the stables. Just going to create an empty parent for that called stables, so I know in the hierarchy what that stuff relates to. And I've also got this one which needs to go in there as well, so drag that out if I can find my folder. Okay, so I should be able to turn off the stables in one block now. That's good. All right. I'm going to protect that. In fact, what I'm going to do is protect the terrain and the city walls. The only thing I want to be clicking is the objects that I'm actually placing. So if I click around, I don't want to be accidentally dragging a city wall out of position. So I'm using this little protection icon here to basically lock stuff. So that actually should lock the whole terrain. So I shouldn't be able to click on any of the terrains. The characters are hidden. The River X is hidden anyway. That's the sky. Okay, so the only thing that I can play with really is the Thunderforge thing. All right, so I've got these fence sections now. I want to move them into their own prefab. So I'm just going to drag them down here. And I'm going to create an empty parent. Fences, just so I can start splitting this Thunderforge thing apart a little bit and be able to turn on and off the pieces correctly. All right. So that's going to, I think I need to sort of place the buildings first, and I'll come back to the fences. That's, I haven't quite figured out where they're going to go yet. That looks very, very white. Why is that slope so white? Suggests the material is wrong. It's got a collider, so you can walk up it. Shader graph. Okay, so it's got an object solid, but it doesn't have any material on it. Oh, there you go. It's actually supposed to be hidden, I think. So while it's a collider that you can walk up, so it's not a stepped collider, it's actually a slope that you can walk up as a player. But I don't think it should be visible like that. Which suggests it should be transparent. If I can find a transparency on this. We could turn off the visibility on it. There we go. All right, so we're hiding it. It's still there. That's active, that's inactive. So when it's active, it should still work as a collider. The thing is, there's nothing inside this building, so I think this is a locked building. And this is one of those areas where we could potentially have a door that you click on and you go in, unloads the scene, but it loads one of those interior things. This building's actually supposed to be submerged somewhat into the ground so that these parts actually come down to ground level. So I'll be working on that in a second. This one's obviously got a lot of stuff outside, and it's also got the interior of the blacksmiths. So I do want to sort of keep all this stuff intact along with the position of all this stuff. So I just want to get this one out of the way, basically. And if I can hide that exterior thing. Okay, so that's a bit of a problem because some of this exterior is on this one, some's on this one. So I'm going to need to select these individually, I think. All right. I think one's the blacksmith cottage. That's that one. Okay. And the other one is the actual hammersmith. Okay. All right. So let's take this one and I want to move it out. Change the name of these. That'll be the blacksmithy. And we'll create another empty and call that blacksmith cottage. Put that one in it. Okay, and then I can move these things into there as well. All right, so that's good. I should be able to turn that one off. Yep. Okay, so if I select the barrels and all these bits here, and I'm selecting the terrain somehow. I shouldn't be able to select the terrain. That's not right. What did I do there? Yeah, okay, I'm selecting something in the terrain. That is not right. It should be protected. Okay, so I think I've got those objects there, and I'm going to move them into the blacksmith cottage pack so that I can turn on and off. There should be this whole thing now, independent of the other one. Okay, that's cool. All right, so I should be able to bring that down, independent of this one, which is what I want. And also, get rid of this thing. That really shouldn't have a color. Object solid, vegetation cutout, GPU instancing. No, it should be shader graph. That should be transparent if it's anything. So one of the shaders, I think it's where are we? Universal Render Pipeline. Is it transparent? Transparent cutout. No, it still doesn't want to do it. Yeah, the before shader graphs. That looks like a procedural worlds shader. I don't know why it's even visible. It shouldn't be visible. But of course I'm turning on and off the whole hierarchy, which is turning on this thing. I actually want to hide it completely. I don't really want to render it at all. It needs a mesh collider. Okay, that pink's telling me that that is actually a built-in render pipeline, probably a built-in render pipeline shader, that unlit one. So I do have some shaders in this project that I want to get rid of and hide, make them inactive, because there's no point in clicking something in here and it's not compatible with your pipeline, so I've got to get rid of them. As you can tell, I've got a few in here that's better. There we go. So UI unlit transparent, that shader has actually hidden it, so I haven't got to manually hide it. I can turn on and off the cottage now, and that is now hidden. Cool. All right, so now we have got that Blacksmiths cottage. I should be able to take that whole prefab, just make sure I've got the height about right. And let's just have a think about the placement. Not too bad. Okay, whether or not I can get in there is going to depend on whether or not I want to put the NPC inside the building or have him standing outside, the smithy. So, all right, I think where I want this one and all the other pieces. So all the rest of that should now be with the blacksmith. So that's fine. I want to rotate this. Kind of have that in here somewhere. And there's a lot of details. Some of these things, like there's literally pieces of metal being worked on, horseshoes. Obviously, they've got barrels full of water for the to cool down the metal after it's been heated. Now I've got a problem with the back of it because it needs to be probably on a base, I think. So you do want the building itself to be level, but I need a base underneath that, otherwise it's going to look a bit odd. But also I need to bring down these other objects. They're too high. So I'm just going to quickly do that. In fact, what I should be doing is looking at the building and actually having the building, this corner, wherever the land is the highest, I should have that level with the ground here, which I think is probably this corner. Yep, that's still hovering. Something like that. We should be able to walk almost straight in. That's about right. So it still needs a base underneath it, just at the back here. Or what I can do is actually just bring the terrain up to meet it, which might be just a simpler thing. Because the terrain's not necessarily going to be completely flat everywhere. Alright, let's just get these other objects looking reasonable, and then I'll mess with the terrain. Okay, so that should be... down on the ground. Don't really want the swords hovering. I see, that's something you've got to be careful of. Putting something down and then it's... In fact, it wouldn't be hovering, it would actually be flat on the ground, so... More like that. Alright, let's bring these down. Oop, too much. Okay. That doesn't look right. So the keys I'm pressing here, I'm moving around with the WASD and holding the right mouse button as I'm doing it to move around WASD. So that's in and out, left and right. And I'm using F to jump to the object I've got selected. And then I'm using I'm using W to, without clicking the mouse, I'm using W to change its transform position, E to rotate, and R is the scale, which you tend not to use. You generally want to change the scale of things in this at this level anyway. All right, so I'm going to go W with that, drop that down. It's a little bit of fiddling, but I think it just helps me get a feel for the realism. Does this look like a real blacksmith's work area, or does it look like an asset that's been plonked in the scene? I want to make it look like it fits. Okay, so that's a problem there. And I do have some assets that will help with placement, that can use gravity to sort of drop stuff onto the table and it will just fall where it falls and then roll a bit. But I'm not going to use that at the moment. I just want to manually position these. So I'm roughly happy with them. I'm probably not going to do the whole city like this, but I just want to get some progress going. All right, that looks pretty good. That should be pretty good. Don't want anything hovering unless it's supposed to be hovering, like magic items. If they're slightly inset into the ground, that's not too much of a worry. But I do want to sort of add some rotation because we're on a slight slope. So I don't know that should be falling over. Oh, maybe it has. I don't know. This is actually one of the most fun parts of game development is, you know, for me, is the level building. I guess it's sort of just an artistic outlet, really. It's just placing things and making them look real. It is fun to sort of explore the area after you've built it as well, and, you know, have ideas on how to improve it. So okay, might put it in play mode in a minute, actually going around, have a walk through this area and just see, as a first person character, whether looking up close at stuff reveals any issues like this sort of thing. Sometimes it's a bit easy to miss it when you're in the editor, but when you're in play mode, you kind of spot this stuff more readily, I think. So that looks okay. I don't like the fact these barrels are empty, so I might put water in them, like just a disc of material It's not too hard to put a flat disc in there at an appropriate height and then just put a shader on it that gives you like a water effect on the top. Not on all of them, but certainly the fact that they're all empty suggests that this is not a blacksmith that is being used. All right, so that's starting to look good. So we need something with the base. I think what I want to do is just bring up the terrain. I don't want the terrain being totally flat in this area. And I will probably put some other stuff here. That one looks okay because of its base. I think I'll tilt this stuff a little bit because we are on a slope. Okay, so this has got a floor in here, and if it's got a a collider on the floor, then I should be able to walk into this area and walk along the floor and not fall through to the ground level. That's the hope. We will find out, and I'm not sure if this has got lighting inside this scene. I think this fire might have some shader on it that's doing some. Let's have a look. It's lit, but it doesn't look like it's got an emission map on it. It does. Okay, it's affecting too many things. So to make this glow with fire, it would need to have a separate material on this than all these other things in the scene that are glowing. I think it's supposed to have an emission map on it so that it actually glows, but I can fix that if I need to. So, all right. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure about the lighting. Probably needs the lighting rebaked and some effects, but it looks okay from the outside, I think. All right. Let's do something with the terrain here. Let's save that. I think I'm happy with the placement of this. There will be probably another 1, 2, 3 smithy type things. So in the game, there's an armor smith. There's a sort of generic blacksmith that does all sorts of things like horseshoes and things. There's an armor smith. There's a weaponsmith. So obviously some of these, maybe if it's the weaponsmith, then there'll be more weapons here and take some of the armor pieces out. And there'll be like a teacher who teaches you blacksmithing, smithing. And then there's leathersmithing as well. So one of these will be leatherwork stuff as well. So it won't be the same model. There'll be variants on this, but I don't want it to look exactly the same between these. I want them to look a little bit unique. And of course, they've got to live somewhere. So you got to think about, well, where does this guy live? You see these city scenes sometimes in RPGs. And, there's 35 NPCs walking around the city, but there's only 2 houses. And it makes you think, well, where are these guys actually living? So, yeah, it's Exeter had quite a few houses in it. Certainly by the Viking time, I think it did. I know after the Romans left, it was deserted for a while, but undoubtedly if it had access to food and farming land and fresh water and fish and defences, undoubtedly people would have used it as a place to live, to be secure. So, and the period of time we're talking about for Zarktor's realm is when the Saxons are invading, between 500 and 600 AD, so that's 6th century. So I'm not sure. Some of these buildings probably look okay for 6th century. They're kind of, I don't know if they would have the windows like that, but they would certainly be using rock, stone and timber is basically the 2 materials. I'm going to leave the windows in because I can't be faffed to try and remove windows everywhere just because of the historical realism. All right, so I'm going to take this terrain now, and that's the one I want. I want to paint it. I want to raise and lower. And I don't want to raise lower that much. I just want to do a little bit here just to kind of bring the level up. I don't want to bring it through the floor. So I'll need to go inside and probably tidy this up. But I do want to try and... I'll smooth it in a minute. Just make it a little bit random, so it's not all samey. Okay, if I go inside there now, it's going to be all through. It's going to be coming through the floor, which will probably look quite interesting, as you can see. So I do need to level that out, but what I want to do is just get, rather than add another prefab with more renders underneath the ground that you're probably not going to see most of the time, I think it's just easier just to bring the terrain up. All right, let's now smooth and increase the opacity a little bit more. Start to smooth that out. So it still leaves some of the high points, but it will gradually sort of eat away at the peaks and the troughs too. Let's make it a little bit more realistic, really. So I think that's starting to look okay, but it's an iterative process between these two modes. And the opacity changes how strong the effect is. So if I leave it on strong opacity, it will create this massive mountain where I'm clicking. Okay, I need to smooth this bit a little bit more. I probably should create some shortcuts for these to be able to just switch between them. I want to have a bit of time. Okay, so I'm just going to smooth that out a bit. If I change the opacity again, make it a little bit stronger, it'll smooth more. And if I make the area bigger as well for the brush, then it will smooth the whole area eventually. All right, let's see what that looks like inside. There's still some throat popping through, so I'm going to make the brush smaller, increase the opacity, and I'm just going to kind of work along this edge. I might make it really strong. Hopefully I'm not doing too much to the outside. The other alternative, of course, is to lower it on this side, but I want to make it a very small brush. And I don't want to screw it up on that side, so which is what's happening. It's probably the opacity that I'm doing. Trial and error, but I still think it makes the terrain a little bit more interesting, whereas if you just add the foundation layer prefab, the building's still going to be on an angle unless you kind of this one here looks fine, but I don't think it's interesting in the ground. It needs something to make it just a little bit more interesting to look at. Let's do another smooth, and that's probably enough. I'm not going to overdo it. Of course, the player is not sticking their head underneath the building to have a look at the foundations. They're walking at, you know, human height. So whether or not you would know about that would depend on whether or not you're walking up the hill, which I think you probably would from that angle. Yeah, I don't want to overdo it because I've got to now cause a problem inside. Let's do it over a larger area with less opacity, I think. We're still going to pop through in places. Oh, that's not too bad. A little bit there. Okay, so let's dip that down a bit. Undoubtedly, in medieval times, it would be hard to actually keep the outside of buildings outside. Over time, you would get moss and all sorts of crap growing inside as well. They're not airtight. Alright, so that's enough of that. Let's grab these and now fix the levels, because of course I changed the height of the terrain a little bit. Okay, a quick quality check. Yeah, it kind of makes it interesting. A bit of a problem there. Okay. Try and raise it on the outside. Alright, time for a quick play test. Let's have a look, see what it looks like from the player's perspective. Which is of course the most important. I don't care if it looks too ugly in the editor. Alright. Looks like I'm actually going up the stairs. That's good. So that means that collider is working. I think I've speeded up the, I've sped up the player character to be able to move around the city a little bit faster. So that's why it's a little bit more jumpy now. I'm moving twice as fast as I was before. So that's looking okay. The sun shafts are looking good. They're actually stopping behind buildings, which is good. They're not going through the building, which is nice. So that's that Enviro weather program doing that, which is very nice effect. Very realistic. Don't have to use it all the time, but I think for testing purposes, you want to know that when you want to use it, it's not going to do something crazy, like shoot through the middle of the wall or something. So that's nice, really good. All right, let's have a look at this one. That's looking good. I'm going up and down so that I'm walking on that terrain that's been raised. So that's good. This is all looking reasonably good. There's no collider on that, so I can walk through those objects. Oh, there's a little bit of green in there. So there's a collider missing on this building. There's a collider here somewhere. Because I'm bumping into it, I think. Yeah, so this post, I think, has a collider on it. Because I'm bumping into that, but these other objects don't. That one does. That one does. These don't. So that's a bit odd. Okay, let's go inside here. And again, there's no collider on these objects inside, which worries me a little bit for, you know, open player. Like if you just walked in the door and then immediately you're in dialogue with the the blacksmith and you never actually get to explore his shop, then fine. If you're just looking at him like a backdrop over in front of that, that's fine. But if you're going to be walking through, your player's going to be able to walk through the middle of the hearth, and that's not very good. So I need colliders on some of this stuff, or at least make it so you can't walk back here. The blacksmith won't let you. The anvil's got something. The anvil's got a collider on it, which I can jump over. I mean, it looks okay. I don't. There's something going on with the wall there, which is looking a bit reflective. But I think the ground is looking okay. So I think apart from colliders, I'd say that's finished. You know, and the lighting may be on that wall. Okay. What I might do is just turn it to night time and just see how the lighting is at night. So Enviro Sky Manager, and we want, I think if we do system time, there we go. All right, so we've got the nighttime view, and it's still, so you can see the cobwebs. They've obviously got something like a lit shader on them that's too bright for nighttime, or the colours are not quite right, or it's not bad, but it does need a little bit of filling with, I think. And certainly the terrain is glowing a little bit too bright for my liking. But the rest of the scene is dark the way it should be. But I would probably like that hearth to be, glowing, the embers glowing, which means putting a fire shader on that material. Okay, and the cobwebs have got to come out, and there's something happening with this wall that's both walls actually that's getting specular color or something off that, which is odd. Okay, so a few things, but not bad at all. Okay, probably enough done on that to be able to move on to the next thing. And I guess if I come back and fix up these materials, it'll fix up a lot of these issues in the one hit. So Voyager Discovery. All right, now let's clear that. Go back to the scene. All right, so that's one blacksmith, reasonably well done. That's not right. And it's because I've got something protected here. There we go. Actually, that'll be interesting, as if it's tipped over. It's likely to happen. Particularly if horses have left in a hurry, or their riders have left in a hurry. All right, I'm sure horses aren't, perfectly well behaved when it comes to the drinking troughs. All right, so what I might try is to just create a, because I've got my water material from the river, and I just want to put some water in these things just to see if I can get the effect that I'm after. I don't like the fact they're all empty. I prefer them to have something in them. So I'm just going to create a plane and bring that up, and we'll shrink that down. That's way too big. And where are you? You're over there. So this is where I can scale that down. Okay. And of course this would be flat because it's water, so I don't want to rotate it. But I do want to scale the thing correctly. So I actually want it to be probably about 0.2, 0.2. That's the position. No, I don't want to change the position. I want to change the scale. Maybe even smaller than that, 0.05. 0.05 by 0.3. No, it's even less than that. So I do want to rotate it, but I don't want to rotate it in this plane. So get it inside the boundaries. That's not quite there yet. Cool. Cool. All right. And hopefully, if I can find my material that I've used for the river, that should make it semi-transparent, but also a little bit reflective, like the water. If I can find, if I go to the river, River X, and I go to water, and that material there. That on there. There we go. So it's not perfect, but as a placeholder, that's the kind of effect I'm after. Yep, I'm happy with that. It kind of looks a little bit more realistic. So let's chuck a couple of them in and duplicate that. And I'll have one in there. Won't all have water in them, but that one might have very little water in it. And of course I've got to deal with stuff like that. Cool. That's what I'm after. So that effect, it's pretty a minor thing, just have a little object in there. Not too fussed with where that is at the moment. I'm just going to reorganize that later. But yeah, I'll probably add that to the prefab. Just give it a little bit of a sense of, does that seem right that it would be like that? That's about right. Okay, and we might copy that one. So just W, E, and R just to switch between those edit modes. Get used to it after sort of working on a scene for a bit. You really do get into a workflow where you're used to the keystrokes. Let's chuck this one in there a bit. Looks all right. That looks all right. That looks all right. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that effect is pretty cool. That one can be empty, that's fine. And I want to put some water into some of these. Okay, we've got one over here. Alright, so let's grab. I could do it in the prefab actually, but I just want to make them different between them. So I want them all the same. That will do, I think. Alright, so now I want to do the same thing with the blacksmiths things here, because he would be probably even in here. So part of making the steel strong is to actually plunge it into cold water straight after heating it. So it's likely that it would actually be in here, possibly even in this thing. But I'm going to assume that it's going to be one of these two. I'll just create a disc effectively with the same material on it as I had before. So let's go here, create 3D object. We want a what do we want? We want a cylinder, I think. Okay, and we'll give it 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. That's good. And we actually don't want it to be. Yeah, we just want it to be a disk, so to have 0 on the Y. Cool. We can scale it out. Make sure it's not jutting out anywhere. Okay, I think, has that got the right material on it? Water is what it should have. There we go. So it's see-through, but it just gives this sense of reality, I suppose, to it. And it does rain a lot in England, so these barrels are unlikely to be completely empty. If they're left outside, they're going to have water in them, most likely. So it's the ones that are uncovered at least. Cool. Leave that one empty for the time being. I think that's all right. And you know what would make this really interesting is just to bring in a Malba's horse and put it in the stable. Horse Animal Set Pro, prefabs, horses, realistic. There you are. Bring you in. Okay, so that should do its sort of idle animation around there. All right, let's give this a quick test run. Okay, let's take a look at these water things that have been added. Yeah, I think that's looking a little bit better than just having empty barrels. Over to the stables. Got a bit of water in there. Yep, looks good. Horse is quite happy with his drinking water. He's got some water, keep him going. Obviously some hay and stuff like that in this area, but I think that's looking pretty good. Yeah. Obviously can't mount the horse because I'm not a Melba's horse riding controller at this point. I've just got the prefab of the horse in the scene. But I think that looks pretty authentic. I'm quite happy with that look. And it looks like the colliders on the stables are working. I can bump into them and walk along the edges of them, so that's all working fine. You don't walk straight through the middle of the building. The horse itself has a collider on it, so that's as it's supposed to be. And if I go into the blacksmiths, that should still... So definitely got some collider issues with some of these objects outside here. Some of them have colliders, like this desk, work area, but not some of these other ones. They don't have colliders at all. Probably because they're a bit intricate. But I actually think if you just have a rectangular collider across this area, you could kind of block it out so that you walk through it. Because it's a bit strange sort of walking in the middle of a table, and certainly very strange if you're walking through the middle of a furnace. You can't walk through the anvil, but you can walk through the middle of the furnace, so that definitely needs a bit of fixing. But it's working quite well. Definitely something going on with the lighting in here. But that's okay. Yeah, no, it's working reasonably well. So look at the frame rate here. So we're at about 30 frames a second, but there's no optimization at all on this scene. It is quite a lot of these city walls are quite heavy prefabs. They're very, very detailed. They do have levels of detail on them, but there's thousands of objects in this scene. So I do need to do some optimization with the scene, but it's a little bit laggy there, I'm noticing. So the frame rate drops off, so it definitely needs some optimization, but I'm confident the tools I've got will be able to handle that, because I haven't even started using them yet. There's really no optimization at all on this scene other than levels of detail on the city walls. So that sky is very bright. Alright, so that's the start of the blacksmiths area. So let me drop in a couple more buildings in that area, do the same sort of thing with them, and see if I can get this area, this zone, completed to a degree. I think it's looking pretty good. I'll decide whether or not I want to go inside these buildings. I think what I'll do is I'll make a lot of these buildings work in terms of exterior. Some of them have interiors that you can walk straight into because the door's open. But the ones that are going to require you to go inside, I need to consider whether to unload the scene and load a separate scene for the indoors. It depends how much interaction is going to happen inside these places. So obviously there's several inns, but the inns are likely to have a fair bit of interaction with other NPCs, so it probably will be a separate scene. So we'll just unload this and load, in. All right, let's grab another couple of buildings to put in this area. All right, so that's the Malbert's horse riding horse. One of the things I did do with this horse was to actually edit the eyeball, because horses' eyes are actually not like human eyes. They're more like sheep. They've got sort of like an oval iris. And I think the Malbert's one was predominantly round, so I think I edited it a little bit in one of my streams. It's very hard to tell, but it just looked a bit odd with a sort of human round iris. The horses have got it's sort of an oval shape. It's actually not. Yeah, it's a really odd shape. It's like sheep's eyes. They're kind of like an oblong iris. Anyway, getting off track. Let's plonk in some more buildings. All right, so you can see how I've structured my project here, my project folders. Some of these assets don't mind being moved around. Some really don't like it. So I'm finding Blink, RPG Builder, Procedural Worlds, Nature Manufacture, and Enviro. Those assets didn't really like to be moved. But generally what I try and do is put them in the tools folder, so that I've got everything, all my tools for doing stuff in the one folder, rather than cluttering this main hierarchy. But a lot of the assets that you drop into scenes don't necessarily have any code associated with them, which means you can move them around all over the place. So the buildings are all sitting in buildings. My characters, which includes the character controllers, the Malbert's horse riding, so I'm including animals in the characters list there. All the players, all the enemies are going to be in the characters folder there. There's a lot of generic folder names here. Nature is effectively where I'm putting rocks and plants and vegetation stuff, caves and all that sort of not human-made stuff here. And then props, which will get filled out with a lot of things that just go in the scene. In this particular project, I've created the folder, but I haven't actually dragged all the stuff in yet because I don't need it just yet. There's starting to get some props here, but they're really tied in with the buildings. And then I've got a special effects folder. So this is going to have, I'm going to be gradually bringing in a number of effects, magic effects, area of attack, area of effect, arrows, all those sorts of things, lighting, fire, any shaders that have got special effects going, I'm going to be putting in this folder here. Snow, there's some VR effects when you're interacting with things that can go into this folder. My tools is the main thing where a lot of the build time editor tools are sitting. And then I've got a weapons folder, which is effectively going to be probably all the equipable things are going to be sitting in here as prefabs, not necessarily in the characters folder. They're going to be items. It might be an items folder, I don't know. Might restructure that. So that's how I worked out my hierarchy. Like I say, there's a few standard ones in here, like gizmos and editor and plugins. I think they're pretty standard, and some assets prefer to go into them, and that's fine as long as they're not in the main folder. And then I've got an animations one, which is where I'm literally collecting all of my animations from different animation packs and putting them in there so I can browse them together. And then I've got an audio folder which has the music scores, sound effects, and the voiceovers. So you see I've loaded some voiceovers for this scene, but I haven't put these other packs in here. They're in my other project. I just haven't dragged them across just yet. So yeah, that's the structure I'm working with. It's about 20 folders, and I wanted to sort of keep it fairly clean because when I first pulled stuff together, I had hundreds of folders in this top level, and it's incredibly messy to try and find things. So definitely worth structuring stuff and moving things around. You can drag a lot of assets from one folder to another, but if it starts doing a compile, you know there's a piece of code, there's a CS file in one of these folders, and it's going to want to recompile. And if that code has any reference to an absolute folder name or even a relative folder name, and you move it somewhere else, you probably need to edit that CS file and update the location manually. So I've had to do that with a few assets just to get them to move correctly to these subfolders. But for the most part, general assets like buildings shouldn't have code in them. There shouldn't be any CS files in this stuff. It should be literally prefabs, materials, and textures, and maybe shaders. But shaders themselves can break too when you drag them around. So there's a fair bit of testing going on beforehand to make sure that these things can be moved. Right, enough talking. Let's get on with the scene build. So I want to put another couple of blacksmith type things here. Buildings. I'm going to use the 3D Forge again, and I'm going to use fantasy exteriors. Let's see if we've got some prefabs here. Market, fishing, fences, city walls, cemetery, castle, buildings, bridges, base. Medieval village. Yeah, okay, so probably want to use that original one that I was working with, which is the Thunderhammer Forge. I don't want to look exactly the same as this. That's my concern. But of course, what I could do is take this one and just hack away at it, make it different. I'd just like to find a different. Oh, there's a bridge with a drawbridge. That's handy. I need that. So there's components there for that. Yes, okay. Because I do need to put a drawbridge behind the castle. Forest, village, countryside, cathedral, city walls, fences, market. That's Tyler Dungeon Sewer Kit. It's not that one. It won't be the interiors because they go inside these buildings. It's not the Cave Adventure Kit. I think it's this blueprint thing. I think that's Vic and Vec are premium blueprints, village interior kit, village exterior kit from 3D Forge. As I say, this Thunder Forge is probably the answer. I just want to make it look different. So there's a Thunder Forge Plus. Now I believe the Plus one here has stuff inside this building. There you go. So this one is walkable. The other one has nothing inside this building. It's just an exterior, which has a collider on it, so you can't get in unless you make that door interactable. But this particular prefab is basically identical to the other one, except this building now has stuff inside, so it's designed to be interactable. So I think I want to use that one just for a change, and I'll do the same sort of thing. I'm going to hack away at this and probably remove some things, add some things, and just make it a bit more interesting. It's interesting. It's got that's the cloth glider on the horse. That's fine. I'm going to put the horse in the stables. Thunderhammer Forge, and bring that down to the bottom. I'm just going to call these water, because that's what they were. And they're all to do with the blacksmith thing there. I'll just chuck them in there for the moment. They're all to do with the props. So, all right. I'm going to convert this to be a local object. I want to unpack it. So it's no longer a prefab. I'm going to move it up a bit, rotate it round. And I think what I'm going to do is get rid of the stable out the front. We've still got the fences to put in as well, so that the fences are still sitting within this blacksmithy, I think, somewhere. Oh, there it is, fences here. So in this one, I can actually get rid of the fences there. I don't really need them. And I don't really need the stables there either, because I can always copy this stuff. And I've also got the water things going, so I don't need these troughs. All right, so that's good. I do want to do something with this, though, because these props are not associated with this building. They're associated with these exterior prefabs here, so I've got to do something with this. I think what I want to do, first of all, is to take this building and drop it down to ground level, rotate it, and have it off the street here. Maybe even two of them side by side. So let me take Blacksmith Cottage 2. I'm going to move that up next to this one. Let's put it college with interior, and then rotate that around and set it down. And just so it doesn't look like the other one, I'm going to get rid of some of this other stuff. I don't want it being exactly the same. I think barrels are pretty much a medieval thing. There's lots of barrels everywhere. Let's take those three and put them inside. This one, we want them associated with this object here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we've got some crates, which are now inside the building. So they're hovering here somewhere. There they are. Okay. I might put some water in those as well. All right, so I don't know what the action is here to get inside. If there's no collider on the door, I should be able to walk straight in, but we'll see. I do want the NPCs to be able to be inside buildings as well, so there'd be a way to get in there to talk to them. That's looking okay. The land is a little bit mostly flat, but it's a little bit of a slope. And then we've got the Market Street going there, so I'm going to be putting stuff on there as well. All right, let's grab this terrain. We want to lock the terrain so we can't mess with it. Okay, I'm going to grab this guy and just shift it over. Whoa, I need everything. I want to move it over a bit. Okay, and you happy with that? Okay. I'm thinking some of these bits are, if you can click them, you can hide that bit. You can change the look of it quite dramatically just by hiding various elements of it. So that looks a little bit different now from this one, which is fine. You can't get into this one. This one's got nothing in it. It's got a collider on the, you can go up the steps, but you'll block on the door and you can't go anywhere. You can't get inside that one, whereas this one you can. It does look a little bit different. I might put something else next to it just to make it interesting. That looks like that could be interesting. Let's put some barrels of ale outside. What's going on with that? Why is that doing that? I want to reset that. Okay. It's going to have a bit of a issue with its transform position. Okay. I think its origin is screwed up. So what I'll try and do is put it inside one of the other ones, reset its origin, and then drag it out. There we go, that's better. Alright, let's chuck that one in like that. Okay, that's starting to look pretty good. And what I might do is quickly save that scene. And I think that guy is probably good to go. So I'm having these buildings individually sort of set up here so that you can identify them in the hierarchy. We can turn off the whole Thunderhammer Forge now. What I want to do is call this Armor Smith. Just to make it a bit different from the other one. I want it to have its own thing going on. So obviously if this is an armor smith, he's not necessarily going to have weapons in here. Maybe he will, but I want this one to be basically a guy that makes armor, doesn't make weapons. Alright, let's rotate very, very slightly on the angle just to get this looking like it was made on a hill. And we need the top edge to be elevated. So that we haven't got the ground poking through on this corner. A bit of ground poking through on that corner though, so maybe it's that edge that needs to be elevated. Okay. Now I could put a base underneath. I'm going to do the same as I did before, I think, and just edit the ground. Do I? Yeah, no, I want to edit the ground anyway, so I'm going to go into terrain mode and just edit the terrain around this area and make it a little bit more interesting. I may do one more thing before I do that, and that's to add a different building in this area here that I haven't used, just to sort of mix it up. And then I'll move the terrain around this area, around these buildings, and then tidy up all these prefabs that are sitting here. Medieval village. I think this is probably, yeah, I think this is what I want. A small, basic one of them. With a basement. think this is just an exterior, so there's nothing in it. But from the outside, you've got this trapdoor thing, which could be interesting. Step up to it. Yeah, that's all good. We can mess with the terrain. We can move that up and down a bit. That to me is something I want to go into, which could be another area that gets made up. But for the moment, I sort of want 50% of the buildings to be, you know, for looking at from the outside, and 50% of the buildings you can get into. It's kind of my guess at the moment of how I want to do this. Let's make it a little bit wonky because, you know, why not? All right, and what else? What else? What else? Let's actually put another one of these stables. Let's grab one of them, put them over there. Where are you? Two there? No, only one there. Right. Now if I drop that down, that should be a prefab instance, so it shouldn't be affecting the other prefab. Shouldn't be affecting the other prefab. Looks okay. Yep. I think these ones are going to be dry. Alright, just to make it a bit more interesting. Let's squeeze through there. Cool. Alright. Let's get this terrain changed around a little bit. So, Guy terrains unprotect. Let's edit that. Edit. Raise and lower. And I think I'll adjust this building afterwards. I'm mostly going to be working on this side anyway, so I'm going to, I think, start down here. Maybe with a bit bigger. Undoubtedly that would have poked through the ground at some point. It's not too bad. Alright, let's do a smooth and see if that goes away mostly. I mean, the player's going to be hard pushed to see that unless they're going down at ground level, but you do see walking up in the city from the lower level, from down here, you will see a gap under buildings unless it's fixed up. So, where the hell are we? Oh, there we go, down here. All right, so just going to make sure that looks half reasonable. Yeah. All right, let's take this guy now and bring him up. That's better. Just want it to be sort of gently undulating. That looks real, but not ridiculous. So of course, nothing's completely flat. And the pathways, the roads, are going to probably be muddier than this. So this isn't the final texture, but I might gouge them in a bit more into the landscape so that they look well trodden, which means they're likely to be lower than the surrounding grass area, I would imagine, rather than raised. Alright, that's looking good. Let's put this in play mode and see how this looks to the player. The main thing I need to watch for as I'm building out this scene is what it's doing to the frames per second on it, because I think building out this zone, by the time I get to the end of this zone, I think the game may be a little bit heavy, considering I haven't got any optimization on this scene. So, all right, we should have a horse. He's still there. That's good. Stay there. All right, so we've got this nice uneven ground thing going on, which looks pretty good. Probably could do a little bit of polish. We've got our water in the tanks there. That's good. We've got our building that we can't get into because we want some that are locked. Extra stable. We've got this one that you can't get into. You can go up. So they've obviously got a collider on the steps, but you can't get in. And this one you can get into. I need to move all these prefabs down because they're hovering at the moment. That's okay. The building itself looks about right. I can get in, and I got the same issue where I can walk through all the prefabs, so there's no colliders on them apart from the anvil. Yeah, the anvil's stopping me walking. But the furnace isn't, which is odd. Very odd. And then this little thing out here's got a collider on it. So some of the things have a collider, some don't. Now this building here is one of the ones from 3D Forge that has an interior as well. So I should be able to walk along the outside of it, bump into it. It's good. It's got a basement, so it's obviously slightly raised. Those ale things haven't got a collider. Okay, but I should be able to go in the door. No, the door obviously has a collider on it, so I can't get into that space. But what I can do is go into the scene, go into that door, and remove the door, or disable the door temporarily. And I should, if the collider's on that, be able to go in. There you go. So I can get inside the building and have a look at what it looks like when the player is actually in there. Okay, so there's obviously some lighting going on in there. There's a candle. There's a few candles in there. It's quite bright with this. That's probably the camera effects I've got on at the moment. Okay, that's so that fire effect that's happening on the timber there. That is what I want in the blacksmith's furnace. That same thing. So whatever they're doing on this one, I want to copy that across. The table has a collider on it. The chairs do not. Some of the other big objects do. So it's a bit of a mixed bag of some things have got colliders, some don't. The bed does. So but anyway, it looks pretty good. It's enough for me to put an NPC in there, and you somehow get inside. I don't know how, interact with the door or something to open it, and it looks okay from the inside, with the exception of that thing with the wall again. So the wall looks very like that. It's got a lit area on it. That something's happening with that. I wonder if I can see that in the. Okay, so I can see it in the editor mode, which means I can sort of fiddle with it in editor mode. It's not just on the camera. So there's going to be something on this specular map smoothness. It's probably something like that. Yeah, just make it less shiny. All right. I wonder if I keep that. Okay, so 0.1 on F4. Okay, let's come out of that. If I edit this, that's a material. If I edit that material, it should affect all the buildings the same way. You don't tend to see it in editor mode, you only see it in play mode, but it is quite noticeable how shiny that was. I don't know if it's just the outside. Yeah, there's different walls on the inside than the outside, so this is the inside one that's an issue. Okay, so let's have a look at this fire. So that has... might be something else. It might be a different prefab. There's the grill. A hook above it. The fire. Okay, so the fire's got the lighting, which must be coming from. It's not an emission map. Ah, it's broken up. Oh, here we go. Flame. All right, so it's got an animation there. Okay. Cool. It's got a light source that you can turn off. It's got sparkles. That may or may not be the right thing to do. And there's another one on the other side. Okay, so that's a cooking fire. Fine. Now I know how that works. I could, if I wanted to, copy those elements out into the blacksmiths and actually put it in here to make that more interesting, because at the moment it's just a color. I don't think it's even got a it's not got an emission shader on it. You could potentially use an emission shader just to make it glow, but that material is used on all these other things as well, so it would need separating out. So that's probably a little bit fiddly for the moment. I'm just going to leave that, because I'm doing level building, not individual tweaking of individual objects at the moment. But I do want to get this height right on this one. So let's take down the level. I think the building's fine. I just want to get these now approximately in the right place. So I'm just slightly submerging some of these in the ground, just so that I know that it's not hovering. So I'm literally just looking at the bottom here to see that these feet go slightly under the surface. A bit of a slow process, but I don't mind. I think it's quite fun doing this stuff. So that's got a weird origin on this stuff. The origin's over here somewhere, so when I rotate it, that's rotating fine now. It's acting odd. All right. We don't want stuff hovering. It just looks weird. Unless it's supposed to be levitating. Okay, what else is hovering? This stuff here. And the whole table, actually. Bring that down. Gotta bring that down. Let's put that. Yeah, no, it probably does need to be up on there. All right. So of course the other thing to consider is how many of these objects are actually interactable. Can they be picked up by the player? Can the player activate them in some way or interact with them? And I think with a lot of these weapons, possibly, I think if you can get away with stealing them from under the nose of the blacksmith, then you can have them. As long as he doesn't recognise you walking past with all his stuff. Let's make this a bit different from the other one. Actually, this is the armor smith, isn't it? So, the armor smith, I think, because I'm going to have a weaponsmith and an armor smith separately, and a generic blacksmith, so they're going to have different things in here. So I'm just going to change it up just to make it look a little bit different. That's not right. That's definitely not right. It needs to be in that box. Okay, does it look about right? Okay, again, what I'm going to do is take my artificial water here. Oop. Should just take that one. just to make these barrels look slightly authentic. In England they would have water in them, undoubtedly, from the weather. Very rare that they would be completely dry if left out like that. Okay, it's any more. Yeah, we've got one over there, so let's duplicate that. That's not good. In fact, let's make it interesting. Let's roll it over. Okay. All right, I think those are looking like they're now sitting on the ground. Even if they're slightly embedded in the ground, it still looks like they're not hovering anyway, so that's good. That one is right. So that one we want to move down. Let's just move this stuff out of the way. I want it to look different to the other one, so. Still got this thing here hovering. Actually, we'll get rid of that one. We've already got one over here. Okay. And can we? Yes, we can. We can make that more of a shieldy place. So we're seeing shields rather than swords here. Whoa, let's remove the inside wall. I just want to give a sense that this is where you go for armor rather than weapons, because I believe they would have some specialties. They would be renowned for a type of blacksmithing. They'd obviously be fairly generic a lot of the time, but I think people would specialise, particularly if there are multiple blacksmiths in the same city. You would probably have them be good at one thing and not necessarily good at the other. So this is going to be the guy that does shields and armour. So I'll put some armour into this environment as well. But I just want it to look different to the other one for the moment. Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. Let's take this thing. Not sure these kite shield type things were around in 500 AD, but anyway, they do in Zarktor's realm. All right. Get rid of those swords. It's definitely a shield kind of guy now. No swords in sight. Cool. Alright, whereas this guy's a bit of a mix. He's got all sorts of stuff. And there'll be another blacksmith as well. And another leathersmith. So I've got to sort of make these ones up, I guess, from the prefabs that I've got. Alright, save that and see what this scene looks like for the player. And I will take this door out again, just so that I can walk in there. All right. I guess I see the ground is popping through the back of the blacksmiths, so I do need to do something about that. Stuff's looking okay. Should better go in here. Yep. Cool. And it looks a little bit different to this one. Probably needs a little bit changing up again, but it's a start. All right. As you can see, I've speeded up the player controller, the Gaia player controller, so it can move around the landscape quicker, because this is about 1 kilometre long from east to west and about 600 metres from north to south. So it's a fairly big city area. I just wanted to be able to move around quickly when I'm in play mode. One of the things I haven't actually done recently is go up on top of the ramparts and actually just check that things are still looking okay up there, because I have moved stuff. So I'm just heading up right on top of the ramparts now. Let's just see how the... So this is behind the castle. So the castle will be there. And this is the castle gate. We're coming into here underneath us. But we're able to run fairly easily through these areas without getting hit. Here we've got an issue with a step that you've got to jump up through. So I want to try and fix those things. And the grey things you can see in there are prefabs. They're my original placeholders for where these things were supposed to be, so I'm going to hide them. This is kind of working. Okay, you can't get through there. You've got to go down and down and down again. It's a little bit of an odd thing happening there. There we go. Oop. Fell through. So that navigation on top of the ramparts is still working pretty well. It's changing height, but you barely notice it when you're running along. So that's good. And I can now get up into the Albatross Tower. I've actually closed off the ground floor of the Albatross Tower, but you can get in from the ramparts now. Get my mouse in the right place here. So you can jump out through that window, but it's not advisable. And hopefully we can get right up on top of the So this is the main watchtower for the city of Exeter at this point. And that's the River Exe running through there. Again, I've turned off the material, but because there's no point in rendering it while I'm building out this other stuff here. But you can see there the focal length of the camera. It's a little bit too fuzzy. I want it to be out of focus at a distance, but not that sort of intermediate distance. I want to be able to see clearly, but maybe fuzzy right off in the very distance. So definitely I needed to tweak the camera a little bit. It's got post-processing on it as well, so there's bloom and a load of other stuff going on the camera just to make it interesting, but it does need a bit of tweaking. It's a little bit fuzzy in the distance. Cool. All right, but those buildings look like they're starting to fit into the scene. I think they look like they integrate reasonably well. The ground is a little bit undulating, which makes it interesting. Not too flat. And the area is starting to take on its own vibe of being, the blacksmiths. All right, so let's see if we can bring in one more blacksmith and one more leather, and create a leathersmith in this area. All right. So this thing here is the Market Street, I believe. I think I've got it protected at the moment. Yeah, that's Market Street there. So I'm going to be putting the markets either side of that. I think I want to put the other blacksmiths and the leathersmiths in this zone here, because this is the Smythen Street here. So let's take this off. I know I've got my bearings now, so I don't need them. And let's come down and see if we can create a leathersmith. All right, so I think what I want is another blacksmith cottage. So let's duplicate that. Put it in there. Okay, somewhere for the guy to live. All right. I might put a different building in here just to change it up a bit as well. Again, you can't. I think this is just an exterior. So it's for show. It's not to interact with in any way. This version anyway, this particular prefab. Okay, so there's no basement under this one, so if I do have an issue with the level, I need to either slightly submerge it under the ground or build up the terrain on one side. It's pretty level actually. I think that's okay. Right, looks good. So let's see if I can get a leathersmith and a blacksmith in there. I'm wondering if I can use one of these frontier settlements to do it. Blacksmith, yeah. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, a little bit different. That's looking good. Alright, so not a very pleasant place to live. One room, but anyway, maybe he's a poorer blacksmith. He's got all his stuff. That's looking okay. It's looking okay. We might take the door off temporarily so that I can get it. I'm just deactivating it basically, just so that I can get in there for testing purposes. I think that looks okay with it sort of growing over the stone. That could work quite nicely. Alright, so that could be another blacksmith. So we've got 3 blacksmiths so far, and I want a leathersmith in this area as well. So the question is whether I can find something that looks suitable. There's another blacksmith. Yeah, okay. 2 variants there. Alright. That could definitely work. Okay. Alright. So again, these are blueprints from 3D Forge. So they are... the blueprint is a collection of the prefabs that you have in the other packs. So if you've got the village interior kit and the village exterior kit, these blueprints use them to form this. So that I don't think they contain all the textures and things themselves in the blueprint. It's just literally a prefab made of the other ones. But they are quite good, and they save an awful lot of time because it would take, you know, an hour or 2 to put together all this stuff. And if you want to customize, you just hide a few things and move a few things around. So it's definitely a time saver. Now this one's got inside as well, so I'm just going to hide that door. Looks like there's a candle inside, so it'll have some lighting inside. That looks okay. So I think the answer for the leathersmith is going to be to use something similar and then just put leather working materials around it rather than the metal working. So which one have I got here? Alright, let's just put this one in here. Drop him down. It looks like these ones actually live in the smith is outside their own house basically, so the forging stuff is outside of their property, whereas these live in their own house, and then they go to the forge to work. So they're probably a little bit richer than these folks. See if we can get this down a bit. Kind of trying to get rid of that stairwell. Okay, is this one we can go into? Yes, it is. So I suspect this is an area which is quite full of a few NPCs in this area, because you can purchase equipment from these guys, you can get training from these guys, and different types of armor and types of weapons and types of clothing and things. So I actually want these to be NPCs you can go and visit, and which means they're not always going to be standing out in the rain. Sometimes they're going to be inside. So this area definitely will have more indoor type prefabs. A lot of the residential area probably won't have, because you don't need to go inside everyone's house. And some of these are just for show. So it's looking okay. I'm wondering if I can make this into leatherworking. This one here, make this into a leatherworking. It looks a bit odd down at that level, but I think it's because of the steps. That looks a bit better. All right, and I think what I want to do is get rid of some of these things. Whoop. Okay. So if I was to put some leather armor, you know, over this thing, and strips of leather or something around here, it looks less like a blacksmith's now and more like sort of a generic workers. Let's get rid of that stuff there. It's got a few tools and things, but for the most part, that's going to be a generic tradesperson, I think. Get rid of that. Okay. I think it kind of works. All right. Just checking the levels now to see if I've got any floating buildings or floating objects. I think we're mostly good on this side. That's sloped anyway, that's fine. And I think the other thing I want to do... yeah, fences. So we do have fences. Let's just bring these down. This lot, bring that down here. This is now going to be, put that into its own parent. It's going to be a leathersmith. That's going to be another blacksmith. With home. This one is another blacksmith with home. Give them different profile names for the time being. What was this one? That's that one there. Okay, Blacksmith Cottage 1. Blacksmith Cottage 2. Okay, cool. So somewhere in here I've got fences. There they are. Alright, so now I just want to put some fences up, because if they've got animals around here, they're going to want to contain them somehow, I think. And these fences are right now, they're a prefab. I want to change that. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can do with these. trying to decide where to put this stuff. I think what I want to do is put this. Whoa. They're part of the same. Okay. Well, that's actually a gate, so that's interesting. Okay. With a bit of luck, these have got colliders on them, so they should stop the player from going, unless they jump it, of course. Let's get them approximately where I want them. I'll fine tune it. Let's have a broken one for good measure. Okay. It's easier copying them from where they already are. It's a lot easier than copying them right across the map. But I do want some variation, so I'm going to bring a couple of these in. What else we got? Yeah, I suppose we could use that somewhere. these fences are going to be much good. But that's okay. It's mostly for show anyway. So. All right. Let's just do something with these ones. All right, let's try something. Not a particularly secure fence, but there you go. Oh, found a bit of terrain that's not quite right there. All right, let's edit that terrain back up. Check on the inside. Looks okay. I know we did have an area up here that had the same issue as well. The ground was coming up through the floor, which is no good. Yeah, that's good. A little bit more on this side. Oh, other way. Okay, time for a quick play test. So this machine is it's just an Acer desktop. It's got an Intel 9700 CPU, i7 9700. 32 gigs of RAM. And I think I've almost hit that limit with everything loaded in the scene. So I'm actually going to be upgrading this to have, this is the maximum for this motherboard actually, is 32 gigs. So I need to get another motherboard at the very least, if not a new tower, because I want to take this up to at least 64 meg of RAM. but it's handling the scenes okay with 32 gig. I'm sort of monitoring it just to make sure with this scene in particular, because there's so many objects that are going to go into this scene. I just want to really keep an eye on this, because if I do top out at 32 gig, it'll crash Unity and I'll lose my changes unless I've sort of saved stuff, and I don't want to get any corruption. But yeah, it's handling it okay. But this machine definitely needs a bit of love and attention, because the fan's going, it needs a clean. It's struggling and under a little bit of pressure, but it's understandable considering what I'm throwing at it at the moment. All right, so let's see how this plays out now. All right, so we've got the stables down here. Let's see if these fences, yes, the fences have colliders. Cool. So if we put enough fences in, the player will have to jump the fences in order to get into the area. And it's mostly just for look anyway, but they do have colliders, which is great. So that's good. It's looking reasonably natural. There's one that's open. So it's looking okay. We can go into these blacksmiths now, although some of these things are missing colliders inside, so that's a bit odd. I need to fix that. Like, you walk right the way through the anvil and the table. We should better go into these blacksmiths as well, because they're just one-room things where NPCs would be that you obviously talk to and get training and buy equipment and things. But they've got different specializations, so some of these guys are going to be this guy's obviously specializing in shields and armor, so he's an armor smith. I suspect this guy may end up being a weaponsmith. There'll be a lot of weapons in here. This guy here, I've taken out a lot of the blacksmithing stuff, and I think this is going to be more leatherworking. And that'll be a blacksmith. So maybe a retired blacksmith who, you know, has a lot of knowledge and acts as a trainer but doesn't actually make you anything. And then we've got some buildings that you can't get into, which is fine. Not everything needs to be enterable. Interesting, that one's actually got see-through glass in that one, which, again, I don't know whether they had glass in 500 AD. I don't think they did, but it's cool. That's actually got a nice glass effect. Some of these other ones, that one's see-through as well. Some of the other ones are not. I think these ones are not see-through, so I might switch out the glass. You can't get in that building anyway, so it's just basically, it's a filler to make the city look bigger, I guess. But that's pretty much the Smythen Street. So that's this street here, Smythen Street in Exeter, filled up with blacksmiths and leathersmiths and stables and, you know, all that sort of stuff. And this obviously will start to become, out the back here, it will be fields. There's fields out towards this sort of southern western side, towards the edges. So if I bring up the map from 1563, you can see these areas of fields. It's all we've done here is the Smythen Street stuff in here, possibly in here even. But yeah, you've got fields around the outside near the wall as well, so that's going to be relatively easy to fill up with objects. You know, a lot of it's just going to be painting textures on the ground, adding some plants, animals and those sorts of things, fences. It's working quite well. Hello, horse. And the colliders are working okay. They're kind of directing me in and out of objects, apart from when I go in the buildings. Okay, we've got an issue there with a bit of fence floating. It's actually got it's doing its job as a collider, but yeah, it shouldn't be floating like that. It should be somewhere. That looks okay. That looks okay. I think it fits with the scene. I'm going to turn off those sky shafts. I've been using that for the last few days. I think I've had enough of it now. Might just change the default weather to be something else. Cloudy, maybe. So if you just join my stream, I'm using a product called Enviro to do the weather generation, and it's got a sky manager here that you can tweak to your heart's content. I'm going to start with, let's actually start with heavy rain, because I think it's more England than the bright summer's day. I don't know if I choose winter whether it's going to change the lighting much, but it might change a few things anyway. So just change the starting position of the cycle. So let's see how that plays out now with a different weather setting. It is randomized, but the cycle I've got it on would probably take quite a few hours for it to generate different weather patterns. So this obviously just accelerates it a bit more. These tweaks in here, you can sort of say how quickly do you want the weather to change, and you make it every minute. You'll still randomize it, but every 6 minutes or whatever, it'll generate a new weather preset and then transition to it. There's the heavy rain, which is pretty, that's England. Yeah, so that's that Enviro product doing all that. It's pretty good. I think the shadows look a bit odd. We've got the sun shadows. So the sun's generating shadows here when the shadows would be pretty much, well, they're going to be everywhere from the sky, but it does a pretty good job. So this is Enviro that's doing the rain. The audio is coming from Enviro as well. You can see the textures on the ground. It's actually doing the little animation of the drops, which is pretty neat. Yeah, it's a really nice package, that Enviro. So if I change that to light rain, it should lighten up a bit in a few seconds. Seems to have got a little bit brighter. Current weather, heavy rain. No, I want to... Oh, that's the starting position. I change to light rain. There we go. So it's still raining. You can probably hear that. Sounds like you're under tarpaulin or something, but you can change the audios out. Swap out the audios. I don't know that I've actually tried the snow. I don't think it's going to work particularly well because you need to change the texture on the ground, and this doesn't necessarily do that. Let's do light snow. Let's change the lighting. Oh, there it comes. Okay, so it's like a fog thing coming in. And you got a darkened sky. Let's try heavy snow, see what that does. Okay, so now it's really bringing in the fog and the sound effects. So with it being whited out like that, it looks, you know, perhaps like snow, maybe like a sandstorm, I suppose. But the wind, it's very hard to see anything. I do know where I'm going because I built the city, but it does make it interesting to traverse. And, you know, if you went out in the middle of a snowstorm, you're going to get lost pretty easily. So at this point, it's pretty hard to see the city. There's a problem with the shaders, which is why I can still see it. But generally, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Oh, that's a prefab there. That's a block out for a gatehouse that I've got to put in. This Enviro has an integration with a product called Global Snow that actually does the animation of the snow falling down from the sky. So I'll probably use that. I think this is basically doing the background color and things, but it's not animating any snow. it leaves that for the global snow product. I just haven't added it to the environment yet. I'm going to just do one more change, and that's for to change it to storm. Okay. Oh, we got lightning. There's the thunder. There's the rain. Oh, whoa. Okay. So inside here, it's now darker. There's some light coming from the torches, but I actually want to make this darker still. But you're still getting the effect of the storm, and you notice that it's not raining in here. It's not raining inside, which is a good sign that the Enviro product is working nicely with these buildings, because you don't want rain coming in through, 4 levels of flooring and roofing. So it's working quite nicely. And I'm stuck. I can't get out through this way. Oh, that was a big one. Okay, come back out. This is obviously a gatehouse. I don't quite know where I am in the city now. I'm on the north gate. That's where I am. And you see this grey shading underneath here. So this is, I think, specular lighting that needs to be fixed up. I haven't baked the lighting in this scene at all, so it's probably a residual from how the prefabs were first put in there. So definitely there's some lighting to be redone based on a number of factors. But yeah, this light grey stuff's got to go away. It's not quite right. It's not bad, but it's not quite there yet. Well, I'm quite pleased with how that weather's working on the outside and not affecting the inside. That is surprising. I thought that might be an issue, but it obviously isn't with Enviro. I don't know quite how it figures out that you're inside, but it's obviously not doing the rain inside. And here's the Wizard's Tower. Again, you've got the grey lighting here that needs to be fixed up, but I'm sure there'll be a way of doing that. That looks a little too bright, but anyway. Let's see if we can get up to the top. I think this is the top part that you can actually get to without jimmying your way through somewhere. I seem to have actually got through the roof part there, which is interesting. So I've cheesed it. I can't jump through it, but it does look a bit bad when the camera goes through the outside texture. Anyway. Yeah, all right. Pretty happy with that. The horse is just standing there in the storm. I mean, they do, obviously, but seems pretty calm. All right. So yeah, that's where I've got to with this level. I think what I want to do now is do a little bit of work because I think I've finished the Smythen Street for the time being. So we've got the market part here, the market street here, and obviously churches and things and graveyards and all sorts of stuff going on over here and fields to go around here. I actually want to do a little bit of work out here on the dock with the fishing village part, but I don't. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll do that now. I'll get started because I haven't actually looked at the fishing village assets very much yet. So let me turn the water back on. The River X. That's the bridge. That's the water. That's what we want. All right. So around here is. So we're here. So there's a dock section, the Quay, K-A-Y. And this is the water gate that you come out of. So this would be the main shipping in and out of goods, I assume, in and out of the city. So what I want to do here is put all the fishing stuff around this area. So for that, I'm going to use 3D Forge's pack again, one of their packs, called Fishing Villages. So that's here, blueprints. Okay, so there's quite a lot of different assets I can sort of just chuck in there. Just make it interesting. Again, the ground texture isn't quite right. It's basically like a sandy color that I've put in for the to make the roads, but it's actually going to be a lot more mud than sand. Devon is very muddy. It's farmland a lot of the time, so it's not a sandy place generally. But I'll repaint the textures when I get some things in there that over the top to give it a sense of what it's going to look like. All right, so I think what I want to do with this lot is put all of this into a parent called Smithy Zone. That way I know I can turn off, if I need to, I can turn off all that stuff in one hit. In fact, I'll do it now because I'm going to be working on this area out here. So let's take a look at these prefabs first of all and see what we've got. So I haven't really done any work with these before, so I don't know how many of them are going to be useful. If I pop out this view, start to see. So that's going to be quite good to sort of have it in the water and have a deck out into the water. There's obviously a few sections here that will be handy because that's good. I need them. I need lots of those. Different configurations. You could almost get across the river on some of them. So they're all decking, fishing stuff on them. Supplies, that's good. They got a cart. Okay, so that's that. The fish houses. So I'm assuming these are fishermen's houses rather than houses for fish. So they look pretty basic. They look like they actually stand in the water, by the way. So they're on piers. But of course, if you sink the prefab down into the ground, then you're going to hide that anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So there's a few different configurations there. And they have stuff inside them. So if you turn them upside down, you can see they are actually traversable. So you can put an NPC inside, go through the door, talk to them, get a quest, whatever. I'm not sure all of them are. It looks like they've all got some stuff inside them, which makes all of them traversable and enterable, which is interesting. Okay. This one is fish house decks, so this has got some decking around the outside. So again, it's a bit of a blueprint for a lot of these assets here. So these barrels and things are actually in this internal and fantasy external and internal kits. So again, the blueprint doesn't necessarily contain these objects. It's just a prefab that says go and grab you know, 3 barrels of this and 3 barrels of that, and the prefab template essentially just tells you what to put together to make it into a scene. So it is a very, very quick way of doing this. Oh, we've got some fish markets. That's good. Nice. Okay, so that could go on Market Street as well. Just get rid of the poles, and that'll work. Fish storage. Exeter's very much a, I think I said it a bit earlier, the River Exe is actually named, I think it's Romano-British for River of Fish. So, yeah, there would have been quite a lot of fishing boats on the river at that point. Guys, starting to get quite a maze of buildings. There's a whole village there. So, yeah, I may not use the fishing village, but I'll certainly start using some of these. So I'm going to, I think, start with some decks just so I've got a sense of scale, how much I need. And this is 1563, so 1,000 years before this, it wouldn't have a crane there. I don't think. I think you would have huts and things along this too, you know, for fishermen to have. Probably all these are probably fishing as well. So there's going to be quite a few of these right across here. Let's just get a few things in here. I think the ground is, whilst the ground is that shape, I actually want some deck around it. So let's take something like that. Oh. Let's see if we can make something work here. Maybe not that one. Yeah, probably not that one. We need one that's got the right shape for it. And these look like they're separate prefabs anyway, so they can be moved. Alternatively, we could build that area. I just wonder if I can find one that's got most of what I need. It's a mostly straight action, it's a mostly straight piece, so maybe I can just get away with that. Okay, now the problem I've got is that those posts actually, if you swim in the water, you're going to see that those posts are off the ground. That's no good. So what I kind of need to do is select these posts and rescale them to be a lot longer. Hopefully, if I do this right. And then move them down into the ground. Something like that. A bit longer still. All right. I think that's what I want. I want a sort of dock section that is down a bit lower than the ground, so you've got steps down onto it from one side. I think if you had boats in the water, you'd want to be able to offload stuff rather than that distance. So let's see if we can bring this in a bit. Don't want it too straight, that's the problem. So I'll take one of these and jimmy it around a bit, a little bit haphazard. Okay, let's copy that. A little bit of fudging, but I'm just going for a look that is a little bit more random. than a straight one. Just to make it a bit more interesting. Okay. And if we're swimming in the water, that is submerged. So it does look like they go into the ground. That's good. All right. Have we got a step? That's the next question. Okay, that might do. So let's take that. Let's take that. Deck stair, stilt stair. Okay, let's unpack this guy. Take that. Copy that out. Move him over, down. Something like that. And we want to move that out of that. And then take this guy and get rid of him. I just wanted the stairs. And of course his origin is out of position now. In fact, a lot of these are. But they're going to be static anyway, so it doesn't overly worry me. Oh, I want that thing. Okay, what I might do is take this guy up a bit and take this guy down a bit so those steps actually go to the level that makes sense. Yep. Okay. And I think these poles should come up a bit now, because you would want to moor a boat onto them somewhere. I think so. These are under the ground. That's good. All right, so it's starting to take shape. We want another set of stairs. Okay, get around this corner. If I can scale it. Looks pretty precarious walking down there. Okay, I'm going to bring that back, and I'm then going to take the bring the terrain into line with it. Edit the terrain to push it back out of the way a little bit. All right, so let's take the terrain, edit, raise lower. Fairly small area, like 3 meters, fairly low opacity, so I'm just going to push away at this to try and bring it under. Not too much, just enough to kind of suggest that it's supposed to be this way. let's smooth that. And we really need to put a player character onto this to see how it goes. But before I do that, I actually want to take these decks, this one in particular, and unpack it. And I just want a couple of the poles. So I want these 2 poles. Duplicate them. Something like that. You did got to have something to fix it to. Okay, that looks reasonable. Probably have another staircase on the other side too, so let's grab that. What happened to those 2 poles? Right, grab those 2. We want them as part of this thing here. No, I don't. No, that's wrong. I need them as part of this thing. Okay, so they go down there. Okay, so that whole section can now be taken out. All right, cool. So we want to put one of them. Duplicate that. Put that on the other end. Whoa, certainly not like that. Let's do it in a way that's practical. Probably wouldn't be at that angle, I don't think. Shuffle that guy over. I think we're going to move some of these to make it more realistic. Same here. I don't think that would be under like that. Possibly, but that's more realistic. Okay. Alright, so now I can cut away at this terrain and just make that a little bit more slopey as well. Okay, smooth this out. Okay, that looks not too bad. That doesn't look quite right there. Oop. Needs to be that one. Now, one thing I've not seen in this pack is boats. Maybe I just haven't found them yet. Okay, I know I do have boats somewhere. I just don't know which pack it's in. That's okay. All right, let's put in a couple of fishing houses here now. It's not going to work there, but it probably would work there. I don't think it would need. See, if the river was overflowing from time to time, then you probably wouldn't want the house too low. You'd probably want it on stilts. I don't know if the River X ever got like that. So this is the other thing I'm going to have to do, is just keep lengthening these poles, which is a bit of a pain, to tell you the truth. But it's got to be done because you can swim in Zarktor's realm, which means you could go underwater and see these bloody wooden posts floating, which just won't look right. Actually, let's take that one out. I don't want that one. I don't want that. Right, I think I want them to start with. Alright, so I'm going to scale them and drop them down. Okay. It's really only these ones now. And that could be a problem. Alright, it's not a problem because what I'll do is take the whole building and shuffle it until they are on the ground. And then the only ones that are exposed to the camera are the ones that are deep enough. So that looks good. Cool. Alright. Let's open that door. Don't like closed doors. I want to go in there. Have a look around. Cool. There you get onto that area. Presume there would be another stairway somewhere, so let's copy that. Looks like the most practical place to get up, I would say. Probably a little bit too high. Okay, that should work. And we've got an upstairs as well. That's cool. All right, let's open that door too. All right, so we're starting to get a feel for what the dock area may start to look like. I'm interested to see if any of these buildings actually have a water wheel. I doubt it. Possibly, maybe, I don't know. Hunting Lodge. Don't recall seeing one. Right, let's go back to the fishing village. Get some of these other ones here. Why is that? Origin is way out of the way. I don't know why it's over there. Why is it doing that? Okay. Right, that should work a bit better. Drag that back out. Yeah, its origin is still in the wrong place. It's very weird. Don't know why the origin is all the way over there. I wonder. So that's that deck. Okay, that's that house. Put that in there. Reset the origin. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, let's put in a few extra fishy things. Fish, what's that one? Fish house decks. Fish storage. Fish markets. Yeah, okay, so something like that. I'm sure it's very practical having it on a slope like that, but anyway, always put another stairwell in if I have to. Actually, if I jimmy this around the right angle, it will look like it's a continuation of that piece of timber there. Okay, that could work. Yep, that's good. These barrels are precariously balanced on the edge there, ready to fall over, but there you go. Alright, Let's do a few more of those sorts of things just to mix it up. That's looking good. All right, probably another 2 of those. Looks good. The legs are submerged into the ground, so that's fine. Nothing I need to do there. It's perfect. So go for some extra fish. Need lots of fish. Whoop. So this 3D Forge set, I'm quite impressed with how it's looking. Actually, it's PBR. Let me bring this up. What do they call 3D Forge? So you really need the village interiors kit and the village exteriors kit. These 2 kits provide the actual objects that get used in a lot of these other blueprints. So you need these 2 really to make it work. But once you've got them, these blueprints just save an awful lot of time. You don't have to have them, but this one here, the PBR Fishing Villages. So you just got to understand that you need to have these other kits. They're a prerequisite. There's no textures, so if you just bought this kit on its own, you would have a prefab that points at things that don't exist. So, but it's very good. It seems to be boats in this one, which is what I'm. Okay, there you go. 11 boat models and meshes. So I need to find these boats. They're probably in another 3D Forge folder somewhere. Anyway, I will be looking for them. Yeah, and I'm quite impressed with how this looks. I think it's going to fit very, very nicely with Exeter's, the River X, the way I've got it, particularly when I start using the proper water materials in here. This is not River Auto material. This is not going to do any animation or flow or anything, so it's just a placeholder for the time being. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see if I can find these boats. A 3D Forge. It's hard to know, but I could search, I guess. Boat. Fish boat. Fish boats. That'll do. That'll do, preferably floating. As we go, bigger ones. assume they would be moored somehow. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that technicality just yet. So a big one of that. Don't know why they keep because it's following the terrain. Of course, the terrain is down there, so that's why they're not sticking to the water, because it's not actually water. It's just a flat plain. It's not really what it's supposed to be. Okay, what else did we have in there? Boat. Old boat. Now, this one is a rowboat. Boatex. I don't know that this boat's going to look the part. No, it might do. Not too bad. Not sure they had the red on them, but that really is submerged, isn't it? Yeah, no, it looks too modern to me. Fish boats. Maybe this one. Fish boats. No, okay, so it's the other one. Fancy exteriors. Village and towns meshes. Okay, so that's where it is. Fancy exteriors, village and town. Okay, so that's where they are. Fish boats, fish farm. Ah, okay. Fish racks. Awesome. All right. So let's add a couple of them out here then. Shouldn't need to do a lot with these at all. All right, I think let's put a couple more things out here. I'm going to drag some random stuff out. Give these guys a boat too. Why are you over there? I think it's because I've dragged it into the scene, but it's actually put it nested in the hierarchy somewhere here, which is screwing with its origin. I'll have to reorganize these a little bit more. That's better. Okay. Let's flip you around and go up on land. And you know what? I reckon there'd be a spare. Ooh. Okay. Not enough boats. Time for a test run. Let's have a look at this stuff with the player character. See if we can get into the buildings, take a close look and see if there's any major gaps in the terrain or stuff floating. Okay, I've got our beautiful British summertime here. Out through the water gate. Let's work okay. And I would need to jump up that by the look of it. Looks okay. Those actually don't have a collider on them, so you can walk through them. Whoa. Okay, I mean, it looks okay. Just fell through the stairwell, that's no good. So definitely some work to do on the colliders. And I don't have a swimming mechanic in this right now, so you're literally just jumping on terrain. There is no water. There's nothing to swim through. You're literally just running along on a flat piece of terrain here. But I do have, within Vector, I've got a swimming controller to be able to add in. Alright, well that's working quite well. I think that fishing village didn't take too long at all to add in. It's a start, it's certainly not finished, but it gives me a sense of what this area is going to look like. I can get on that boat, that's good. It's stuck on the terrain again. Okay. Alright, stop that. It's starting to take shape. Alright, so we've got the blacksmith area here. I think it's this bit. There's a market along here. With a fishing village starting to take shape here. So I think if I do the market area next, then put in some fields, then that quadrant's starting to sort of be finished off, I suppose. Right, let's put the smithy zone back in. Right, so along this is Market Street here. So I think what I might do is take medieval market. There we are. Again, to save time, I'm probably going to use the medieval markets blueprints just to have a look at this. All right. Looks like a questing board. Good, that'll do. Not sure that many people could read back in the day, but I guess it's possible. I do want to have some way to sort of communicate things to the player while they're in the city, so a couple of those. Postbox well. Okay. We certainly do need some wells for fresh water around here, so. Whoop. Of course, the first thing you do as a player when you find a well is you walk up to it and have a look in it, so it probably needs some water in it. Let me grab one of my water prefabs. To at least give it a look like there is something in there and not just a very shallow, empty thing. Right. Has its water shader, yes, so that's doing what it should be doing. You should make it bigger and get it to penetrate the wall of the side. There we go, that should look a bit better. And then just drop it down as far as it will go. Okay, so that should do the trick. So from different camera angles you get the sense of the water in it anyway. Cool, and I'm going to put a bucket in the water. Because I reckon that would look like that. Alright. Next. Okay, so we're using the market blueprints here. Market walls, market gates. We haven't really got gates or anything at the moment, and I probably won't be using them at the moment. The markets and the merchants. Okay, all right, here we go. This is what I want. Trick with this is going to be to get it to the right elevation without having things hover. Okay, looks good. Oh, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look like it's a piece of something else. Okay, let's have a carpet maker. Really don't want those carpets hovering. Unless they're magic carpets. All right. Let me edit the terrain a little bit around this. Not be able to do much with it, I think. Smooth it and drop it. Okay. Cool. All right, so these are bigger prefabs now. These are collections of prefabs, which will help fill in some of these larger areas. Again, the difficulty is it's on a sloping ground, so getting it all to fit could be a little bit interesting. So I'm thinking getting the house. Actually, that could work. Yeah, that's really the way to do it. I'm going to have to fiddle with the heights on a lot of these parts of this object. So that's something's hovering. Don't want the terrain. I want to lock the terrain. Terrain lock. Okay. So that's the problem with these blueprints, is they assume that everything's on flat ground. So you have to jiggle stuff, because rarely will it be completely flat. Hoping I can drop all of this stuff in one hit. Nearly. Okay, what have we got here? We've got the wagon set. All right, starting to take shape. So that one tipped up. Okay, wagon wheel, that can go down there. All right, so it's starting to look good. That looks a little bit odd. That definitely looks odd. Okay. All right, how's this one? Not sure I want them on there. Okay, so this guy looks like some kind of bookstore, and you can go inside. Okay, cool. That is floating, so that one is that group. Scholar, okay. All right, so that can be moved. So we could do. They look a bit too equally spaced for my liking. So I'm going to move them over there. So look, the biggest issue here is going to be those rugs, which they look completely flat. They actually look to me like it's a cutout shader that hasn't cut out properly, so that black is not quite right. So that tells me there's a shader issue. So it's using the universal lit, which possibly isn't right. I think if we use unlit transparent cutout, that's better. The The lighting's a bit off, but it is cutting out properly now. Very bright. But anyway, it's good. It looks like it's fixed those ones too. They at least look like rugs are supposed to look now. Still a little bit of hovering, but it's not overly noticeable. That looks okay, I think. A little bit of floating. Alright, so take that whole... what is the thing? It is Scholar. Yeah, that's going to be the problem, is just getting it. So the rugs aren't cropped under the ground, but you still get everything close enough to the ground to not worry about it. I think that's good. Alright. Okay, so we've done the outside of those. So I'm just looking at, by clicking on them, basically I'm getting the whole of the prefab. I'm clicking again to get the mesh of one piece, but then I'm looking at what it's actually part of, and I'm grabbing that upper level parent, which gives me that chunk of objects, basically. That's how I'm selecting these. Lumberer, so that gives me sort of the parent object that I can then move. Some of these are going to be quite tricky to get ground level. Just because of all the flat objects on the ground, the rugs being the worst one, but hopefully this one won't be quite as noticeable. Okay. I'm going to refresh my scene because my cursor's not behaving itself. be Unity. I think I may have pressed a key, which it didn't like. Do I have something else open here? That stuff's working. Okay, I'm getting movement on that. Okay. Gizmos. No. No, this isn't giving me what I want. There we go. That's what I want. Alright, cool. Must have been some mode I went into. Alright, I want to take this down, so that's wagons. Okay, so what else is floating? This thing here. Armourer. I quite like that one, actually. And I actually think that belongs in there as well. So I'm going to duplicate him and put him in here. Because this is the the real armory place anyway, so might as well put it in that location. That's the sort of thing you're going to look for. Alright, that looks like that fits well. Okay, so what else is floating? Wagons. The well, that looks okay. I think just get them in the scene to start with. I'll put a player controller in and have a look at how these look walking around, but I'll probably move them because I don't want them sitting there just like in the 3D Forge template. I want to randomise it a bit more than that. They're a bit too sort of spaced out for my liking. I want to clump them together a bit more. Okay. Anything else floating? Yes, notice board. Alright, so bulletin board. I'm going to put this one up this end because I've already got one down here. That stuff looks odd off on its own, but anyway. Alright, and then we've got this sort of open blacksmith thing. Forge. Blacksmith 02. Okay. that doesn't look good. Okay. All right. What else is floating? Yeah, it's just a little too sort of symmetrical the way it's organised at the moment. A little too much sort of spaced equally, if you know what I mean. So start chunking some of this stuff together. Okay, that's looking good. All right. Okay, time for a test run, I think. And then I might call it a night after that. Fairly pleased with the progress tonight. It's almost a whole zone of the city sort of prototyped. So there's quite a few NPCs in this area. Most of the trading people are here. So, you know, the merchants and so forth. So anybody that's teaching you any skills in armor or weapons is going to be in this zone. So to get the prefabs all in place, I think is pretty good. I can drop the some of the NPCs into this area now, and they've got somewhere to live. A few more houses around because, of course, a lot of those markets, people need places to live, but so there's a few houses to put in there. But I know certain zones of the city are going to have a lot of houses sort of crammed together, so it'd be hard to tell how many people actually are in there. All right, let's see how this goes. Just watching the memory utilization. So we're getting 45 frames per second, which isn't bad. And it's not So you're just getting this white panels which look crap. So that just means I need to take that prefab, modify the material to make that a transparent cutout shader, and that should fix that issue. And I'm looking for things like this where you've got a crate embedded in the ground. That doesn't look good. Looking for things hovering. That looks like that's hovering. Maybe it's hard to tell because I can't crouch. So I'm just kind of judging by what it looks like from the side. Some of these you can get into the building, some you can't. So that's interesting. It looks like a little bit like Exeter's map. I'm not sure there'd be quite as many writing or letters on here, but for quests, I think it'll be fine. Let's have a look at this one. Okay. Certainly got the British weather working correctly. It's not looking too bad. Meat market. It's looking okay. So I think the issue was over here. So far I've got the wagons, the side of the wagons, the blacksmith's crate. Next to the well, we've got a hovering barrel. The well is got grass in the bottom of it, so that's no good. That's looking okay. Alright, so these are the rugs I was talking about, where they're completely flat. But if you put them on a sloping terrain like this, then it's a bit tricky. So yeah, you can see the grass poking through there. A little bit more fiddling with that. Yeah, definitely missing some colliders on some of these objects. Shouldn't be able to walk through them like that. Okay. Looks good. Looks like what it's supposed to look like with water in it. Nice. And the blacksmith area that I did earlier in the evening is, well, we've got a piece of timber floating there I've got to get rid of. The blacksmiths now look okay. A few things to fix up with the colliders. The ground is probably not going to be grassy everywhere like this, and certainly not going to be sandy. It'll be more muddy. So I've got to repaint some of the textures on the ground, but it will be a blend, just like this is a blend of grass and these sort of white pebble things in the sand. It'll be a blended texture. Horse is still happy, standing in the rain. Okay, let's check out these new places that I added. So this was one of them that you couldn't get into. It's fine, it's locked. This one you can get into. Well, it's bright. Tiny, tiny little hovel. Okay, it's the leather smith. So I've got to put some leather stuff out front. And then we got some armor being sold here. And swords and things. That looks alright. And you got this blacksmiths. There's lots of blacksmiths and leathersmiths and armor smiths and, you know, real mixture. And this one looks like an ale house of some sort. Of course, it could just be a blacksmith that drinks a lot. Yeah, so I think that's starting to take shape. So there's a few things I've noted in my brain to, if I can remember them. Oop, that looks like that's a problem too. Okay, so there's a barrel and a box floating. But for the most part, these things are working okay. There's a barrel floating there too, and another one. So there's a couple of barrels attached to the building that probably should come down. Alright, let's go back out and have a look at the fishing village again. Alright, so we can go down onto the dock. Whoop. All right. Get out. Okay, so no, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that gives that part of the city a bit of character now. A lot of that southwest corner of the city here is going to be fields and sort of open area. So there's not a lot of other buildings necessarily in this quadrant. There will be some residential ones I'll plop in, but for the most part, I think this is where the NPCs are going to be that I needed to put in this quadrant. And I want to get those locations sorted out because I want to get working on the NPCs and be able to pop them in the scene and do some dialogue. There's another barrel there. Do some dialogue with them to actually start receiving quests, doing trading, learning new skills off them and all that sort of stuff. So the sooner I can get the NPCs in the environment and in the environment they're actually going to be in, like this is where they live, then that's where you sort of get a real feel for how the city people will interact with the player. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I think the time it takes you to walk around that area feels about right to sort of, I mean, this is an accelerated player character at the moment. The Gaia player controller has been sped up to move quicker than it would normally do, just to get around the city quickly. But you can move through this area and it feels sort of real timing. It's to scale. And the city is to scale. So this moving around this quadrant in the city is about right, I think. So I'm pretty happy with that. So just to sort of summarize, this is the Isca Dumnoniorum city of Exeter in the Middle Ages in about 500 AD. The city wall has been built from the current Roman wall, which is a known archaeological position all the way around the city. And underneath all this is a Google Maps and terrain map as well that sort of underpins this whole level design. So somewhere in here, I think it's under Exeter. Anyway, somewhere under here we've got the actual maps. I think it's under Gaia Terrains, actually. There we go. The height map. So the height map was used to actually generate the Gaia terrain to the right height. And then I've done some smaller sort of, if that's the macro level height map, then I've done some very minor editing of that terrain to then put in the river where it actually flows, and sort of started to jiggle around with the terrain in this area where these buildings are, just to make it a bit more interesting. But if you take the height map and you actually bring it up, you can see the highest point there is the Castle Rougemont, where it is today, and so it's a pretty accurate representation of Exeter. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that's turned out. So that was really what brought it to a fore, was having the ability to get that height map data. That's the current street map from Google. So those places are still, there's Smythen Street, which is the one I was working on. So all those buildings that you can see there around Smythen Street, there are all the Blacksmiths. And there's Market Street, and you can see that the market is basically where Market Street is. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that's starting to come together. That quadrant's starting to take form, the southwest part, and looking at this, you can see quite a few fields in here and houses along the way. So I'm going to be plopping in residential houses to have places for the people to live in this quadrant. But a lot of it's going to be sort of open field land, mud, horses and cows and that sort of stuff grazing. So that quadrant's really just starting to take shape now. I think a lot of the hard work is done in terms of a lot of it is just getting these buildings to actually sit correctly on a sloping terrain. So yeah, I'm reasonably happy with that. And I think once I get that quadrant to a reasonable level, I can then start on one of these others that takes my fancy. So maybe this one. We've got a graveyard here, so that will be quite interesting to sort of put graves in. And I'm actually going to have a graveyard outside the city as well. So that's what this grey box here is to sort of just mark up that St. Bartholomew Cemetery. I think that's actually on the inside of the wall, but I'm actually putting stuff outside the city wall as well. And of course, that graveyard there is getting waterlogged by the river, so that's going to be a problem. And that's in the story. So yeah, there's quite a few graveyards and things around the city. We've got the cathedral. The Exeter Cathedral is currently here. I'm not necessarily going to put in Exeter Cathedral as it is, but I will put in a church in this location, because I think back in medieval times, the locations of these churches wouldn't have been far off where they are today. I just think they tend to keep that stuff reasonably consistent and not moved around. I mean, they've spawned a lot of new churches, but a lot of what existed in Roman times is still in these locations. All these roads here, these are streets they can come out. They're basically just prefabs with names so that I know which, that's Queen Street there. So I'm going to leave them in, but just hide them. I don't really need the grey boxes for those streets. Take that out for the moment. I've got my points of interest, so a number of these buildings, I think that's the Guildhall, which is a shopping centre at the moment, but back in the day, I'll make it like some sort of guild hall. And of course, getting onto the castle, which, when I get bored with this stuff, I'll probably move on to the castle, do the castle walls, and actually start building up the castle. And as I said before, I think one of the 3D Forge prefabs that I came across was a drawbridge, which needs to come into here on the back of the castle. But overall, I think I'm pretty happy with how the levels start to turn out. This is a major location in the game, so a lot of things happen here from the start of the game all the way to the end. There's a lot of NPCs to interact with. There's a lot of places to go, quests to be completed, and you'll be going out from here to the world and coming back to this place again and again. So I want to get this right, and I want to get it fun to play, fun to explore, and lots of interesting things going on. So it's starting to take some shape. So just to summarize the characters, where we've got the characters. So if you watch my previous stream, you'll know that I've worked on 12 characters, and if I just turn them on, I haven't got all 12 in the scene because it's probably going to blow my memory, but I've got them starting to come into this scene now, and mostly just to sort of check the lighting and check what they look like in the scene, check the scale. I've actually scaled them down a bit because they are too tall for some of the roofs, so I'm actually making them a little bit shorter than to scale. So I need to see what they're like with these 3D Forge locations as well. And of course, these will be the player characters, so you wouldn't necessarily have all 12 in the scene like this. There will be NPCs, but the NPCs won't be quite as richly configured as these. These are quite heavy characters. There's only supposed to be one in the scene, and it's the player that's controlling it. So to have 12 in the scene is a bit much. But anyway, so that's how they're looking. There's some odd things going on with the lighting. So we're getting this sort of grey or white light all around a lot of them, and I think it's just specular lighting that needs to be adjusted with the lighting in this scene. There's quite a few things going on with the eyes still. It's probably a little bit too reflective, things like that. But generally they're looking pretty good. This guy's looking a bit odd. I don't know why his mouth's open, but anyway. It could just be the brightness in the scene as well, so there's a bit of adjustment to do. I know that they're okay because they look okay in the other scene, so it's to do with the lighting in this scene, which I do admit is probably a bit of a mess at the moment because I've got the Enviro system doing lighting, and I've got other things doing lighting as well, so lighting and camera effects. I've got these global post-processing volumes in the environment as well, so if I turn that off, a lot of the issues start to go away. So it's about fiddling with these effects, getting the right look for the game, and yeah, so that's kind of how they normally look. The eyes are a little bit funny there. So yeah, it's probably, I need to bake the lighting. I haven't baked any lighting since I've done this scene at all. So yeah, once I get things into reasonable shape, then I'll go back and look at these characters in this environment again and start fiddling with the lighting. For the moment, they're in the scene. I'm going to turn them off again because they are heavy for memory consumption, and they're not doing anything at the moment. They're not wired up to the player. The player is just the Gaia controller for testing the landscape and those sorts of things. So I really want to just get this built up. I'll be back online tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and I'll be continuing on with this stuff. And I might see if I can do part of this quadrant next door, and then at least if I need to put in fields and some houses, then pretty much the western side of the city up to this street is starting to take shape. There's a lot more things to go in here, but I'm pleased it's starting to take shape. And of course, there's water mills and all sorts of things along here too. So there's a lot of things to go in. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I will be back tomorrow. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Please take a look at Zarktor's Realm on Steam. You can check out my YouTube channel associated with this stream. So if you have a look at About in this channel, you'll see the link off to the YouTube channel. And these streams from Twitch TV are downloaded and then put up on YouTube permanently as well, because I know Twitch get rid of them after a couple of weeks. So I fetch them and put them up on YouTube so that they're there. But yeah, if you want to follow, give me a like. That'd be great. And I will see you on the next stream. Thanks, guys. Bye.